Good morning. This is Beats Live, coming at you live from Beatsland. Good morning. Hail and well met. Oh, I forgot to turn on one of my lights. I turned one of them on, but not the other. What a goof I am. Good morning, everyone, or whatever time zone it is where you are. Good morning. How are you this fine morning? Today, I'm hopefully, my hopeful hope is that we can try and mostly finish the mage deck, but we do need to take a little bit of a look at it and see where we're lacking. Which means doing some mechanical changes as well. But yeah. So, yeah. I think we're gonna jump right into it. I think I want to quickly jump into here and rebuild our mage deck, because like my area where I was building all the stuff got kind of weird. So I'm not sure how I feel about like half the screen being hidden behind. The wrong thing. On. How do I feel about this if we just do this? I don't think you can really see more, but it kind of looks maybe a little nicer. And I guess if we go into something like this, you can still see some stuff behind the chat. I don't know. It's either that or I remove it. So I think this is fine. And I guess then you can see a little bit more in Photoshop. Yeah, you can see like my color selection. I don't know. I think it's fine. Anyway, let's quickly build this mage deck out again. So we obviously are gonna have God of Magic. We will also need, here's how you construct one mage deck. First, you'll need a Pyromancer. Why are there 3 Pyromancers though? Whatever, doesn't really matter. Number of copies is all sorts of messed up. It's all good. Tebow, what up, dude? We're maybe having God, apparently my voice is just gone today for literally no reason. Apparently we're the Iron Sentinel probably could be in the deck. These cards are big. God, why can't I talk? All right, that's it from the beta cards, which arguably is 5 different cards, potentially. The Iron Sentinel, I don't know if is part of this deck or not yet. If it is, it's going to have to change. It probably will have to change regardless, but we'll kind of have to see. But yeah. Just trying to quickly figure out what this whole deck looks like. I think Graveyard was one of the options. Yeah, what's up, Tebow? How you doing today? What are you up to? How's life in Tebow land? I'm okay. only okay. Came from school. Ah, gotcha. Tired? I kind of almost don't know if they need 2 defensive spells. I almost think there should potentially be a I don't know. No, school is fun. I don't get me wrong. Just the commute is a bit annoying at times. Ah, yeah. That's fair. Where's the spell blade? Oh, spell blade is also a beta card. Although right now they kind of have an excessive amount of like these 2 guys are very like attack lots of little things. So maybe we need something that's a little more powerful in the sense that's like good for taking out bigger targets, like a closer. So I'm still unsure about if that's Iron Sentinel or not. Because honestly, like a better card for them would be like, honestly, like Monk might be good in this deck. That could be a alternative. Monks are slightly magical, you know, at least in this game. So it might just be a Monk because they can kind of get away with having less units. I might just put Monk in this deck. They kind of fit the theme. They're in the mountains, you know? I think that's going to be better than Iron Sentinel, and then Iron Sentinel can go into something else. Your streams are making me want to continue working on whatever my card game is. Well, good. I aim to inspire. Yeah, I think all we really need is another land. Now we kind of got to figure out what that actually is, right? We want to I think we want some sort of like arcane land, right? Like a magical grove or something, you know, like, or like I could imagine like a land with like purple mushrooms or something, right? Like they're like the size of trees kind of deal. Like that could be kind of cool, like a mushroom forest. Something like along those lines, right? And then we're gonna have to rework a few of these things. But yeah, I think Monk fits here actually, because they need like kind of a game closer kind of attack card, and this is that. And it works because they have like a low number of units. So if you put the low number of units on the Monk, they can keep those units longer because it only costs them half. So I think that's the play here. I think Mage's Academy and the God ability need to be reworked slightly. I am tempted to make World Study Mage not have the 5 strength requirement. And then maybe just remove minions from the thing there, right? Like minions don't need to be a prerequisite for this to work. Or like, sorry, what am I trying to say? I don't want this killing minions and drawing cards. I want it killing higher level threats, because these guys are already like minion killers, you know? So, yeah, it works out. And yeah, I think Iron Sentinel just doesn't fit in this deck, and it maybe can go into the Destruction deck or something else. I just don't think it fits in here yet. Or at all, really. So yeah, we just need to make a land today, I think. and then just do a few tweaks on some of these cards. I think this could be a unit effect instead of an ability. That would be cool. And then I think this almost could just be a passive effect rather than an ability, and then maybe give it a second ability because it's a land or like a structure, and structures usually, unless they're too powerful, will have 2 effects. But I saw the stream was happening on the TV and I was like, why didn't I get a notification? But good thing stream just started. Yes, it's true. Yeah, weird. I did do the Discord pings and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, sup Tuna, how you doing today? Actually got notified. I was just making food. There you go. Good to know. So yeah, I think these are up for review. And yeah, I think that's it. I think these are up for review, and then the rest, and then we need to make one more land card. The question is, what are those things that we're doing? What do we want to do first, I guess, is the question. Do we want to review these cards, or do we want to draw a land? Doing better regarding my ear infection, although the tinnitus was annoying me, so I didn't want to go to sleep past 4 a.m. Jeez, that's awful. I'm glad it's doing better. Is it actually an infection? Do you get it checked out? Yeah, I think this guy being more consistent is good. This being more consistent. I did think it would be cool if the mage deck was able to like when your ally plays a card, you gain, or sorry, when your ally plays a spell, you get that spell into your discard pile. I think that would be kind of cool. So like that way you could, when your ally plays a spell, you could actually get more spells. And I don't know exactly how that would work or where we would put that. But I think that would be kind of cool. Haven't got it checked out, which is dumb, but thankfully it's almost gone out. Yeah, I mean, it's probably just like a minor thing. Hello, DDP, how you doing today? So I think that would be cool. That could be an additional effect we put on Mage Academy. Which I think would be cool. Or, I mean, I guess we could leave this as is. I think it needs to be a lower cost, but we could leave it as is. And then have a base effect of like when a ally plays a magic card, it is discarded into your discard pile. Or like you may discard it into your discard pile. Oh, hell yeah. It's a party in here. Happy Monday, y'all. It is. Mondays and Wednesdays are usually more popular, although I guess last Friday was pretty good, which was the earlier time, which of course makes me consider maybe doing it earlier, but you know, here we are. Why is the stream just a black screen for me? I've tried restarting the app a few times. Oh, that's a great question. One that I cannot answer. Is it, it's a Luna close up stream. There you go. I'm guessing freaking Twitch app is not great. So I think those are the few changes I want to make. So I guess maybe we do that first, unless y'all want art quickly. You want art ASAP. You tried turning it on and off again. That's true. Rather than restarting the app, maybe restarting your phone. I'm assuming you're on a phone, seeing as you said app, but the Twitch app is notoriously like mediocre. So there also could be, if you maybe turned on the like turned off the visuals, because you can do that. You can make it like a audio podcast mode. So that could potentially be an option as well. You could have turned off visuals, maybe. But I don't know. Anyway. All right, we're starting off strong with some push-ups. Literally strong. Strong. I feel like I always start with push-ups, but I think that's because it says push-ups first. Oops, wrong thing. What am I doing? What am I doing? What are you doing, Beats? You complete absolute fiend. Push-up time. Toot's gonna get me strong. Strong like ox. Anyway. One-handed push-up. Just kidding. I'm surprised no one else has redeemed it yet. I feel like someone did, but nice push-ups. Thanks, dude. Nice face. Got him. What do you do about it? Where do you get those triceps? They're just natural triceps, you know? Honestly, I've always like had good like yo Mosta.
Morse to ALJ just cheered 10 bits.
Heck yeah, thank you for the biddies. What a guy. Just dropping bits. Thank you for the bits, Mosta. Welcome on in. How you doing today? Yeah, no, for some reason I've always had like decent muscle definition without doing anything. And it's better when I actually do something because it's like, I don't know. I just have like weirdly, I don't know. I give back, try to make it a habit. Yeah, I need to get better at that. But I also, this is my only job currently. So, I don't got no money, you know what I mean? But thanks, dude. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so I guess we can, I'm really trying to decide whether we rework stuff or draw first. I guess we'll just let's draw first. Then we'll finish up by just tweaking everything if we have time. I'm thinking of an enchanted forest sort of thing. Just for land, I think it makes sense. I'd assume it's gonna have something to do with spells. Oh, speaking of giving back, let's give Mosta a shout out, huh? Can I just like do this? Is there a way to like just... You think there would be a way to just click on someone and then just give them a shout out? You know what I'm talking about? But instead you have to go /shout out and then make sure you spell their name correctly, which is, you know, a trial for me. as someone who's dyslexic. Watch Mosta for the most wholesomest advice ever. True. Also, don't worry about giving back whenever you can, man. Yeah, honestly, usually my giving back is like non-monetary, you know. I always have cat hair all over my gloves, and I'm just touching my face, and now I have cat hair all over my face. You actually can give him bits if you go to French Fry Studio on Twitch. He just started streaming. I'll shout him out once the cooldown goes out. He just started. Does it work? I have to wait 1 minute and 7 seconds to do it. I think I missed something. Oh, just you guys being nice to each other. Cool. Biddies. Woo! Freshwater Studios. French Fry. Hold on. I'll shout it out in a second. Well, here, we can just do that. That's the name. But I will shout it out in a minute. He does like web designs, sort of. Well, not web, like logo design sort of stuff. Thank you. Next stream is Wednesday. Heck yeah. Yeah, I think today we're gonna draw an enchanted forest or something like that. A enchanted grove. We need a new word. We can't say forest because we already have a forest, you know? We actually have 2 forest cards. One's a good one, one's a bad one. Card art. Player, no, wait, we need card template. We need this. I really need to figure out what this is called. What is this officially called? Like where you put the text in a card. My brain always wants to call it the UI or something like that, but yeah, I don't know what it's called. Mosta is the most nice. Wait, is the most nice. I just got a follow notification. There you go. He is. You cute toot bro. He is a cute toot bro, isn't he? He's a cute boy. There we go. Shout out achieved. Fire in the hole. Yeah, everyone go follow Toot. He's a cool dude. So your generosity will not be tolerated. Okay, let me look up some reference. Also, let's, make this not glaring. Should we try a purple background just to see where that brings my imagination? I think we should. Maybe darker purple, just so. There we go. Okay. All right, yeah, what do you guys think of when you think of like a magical land? What's your immediate thoughts? Yo, Adonimus, what up, dude? Something with clouds. Okay. Clouds. Vox Machina. Have you watched it? Yeah. I don't know if I'm caught up, though. What season are they on now? I feel like they're, like, cranking out seasons of that show. I saw where they fought. I think I saw the first 2 seasons. I don't know if it's past that, but what are we doing? We are we're finishing off the mage deck. I think the monk fits really well with the deck after thinking about it. It's not super spell related, but it kind of fits a niche that they kind of need, where, you know, they don't have a ton of units, so having the monk is really good for them. I do want to do some tweaks to these cards, but before all that, we are missing a land. So I want to make some sort of spell-based land or something like that. Whenever you play a spell, you gain units or something like that. But I'm thinking some sort of arcane forest or enchanted forest or something along those lines. Oh, let's see. Most is sending me a long link, probably a virus. I'm super ready. It's literally a blank image on my screen. Definitely a virus. Yeah, it literally just shows me this. You will not be generous to me, Mosta. I will be generous to you. I'll refund you. Oh, yeah, I don't know. It just didn't work. Yeah, Toot is self-conscious about people being nice to him, I think. So don't worry about it. Magical forest or big old tree, magic crystal type thing. Yeah. I'm just Googling. I feel like something like these colors would be really cool, right? This is probably AI. This is definitely AI, but like these sort of colors I think would be cool, like purples and blues. And I was thinking maybe like more like a mushroom sort of forest would be kind of cool, but I'm not 100% positive on that. It could just be trees. We already do have a forest, so I think it would be cool to do like mushrooms. Sent you on Discord. Much love, bro. There you go. We like Mosta. Mosta's cool. We're a fan of Mosta. Dude, I get way too many people trying to make art for me. You know what I mean? Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. You also posted in stream chat. Oh wait, no, this is something else. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I'm a fan of that. Yeah, those are kind of the colors I was thinking, yeah. No, you. No, you. No, you. Yeah, I think kind of like blues and purples are gonna be cool, and then I don't know. I kind of like, yeah, Borealis and mountains. Yeah, mountain would make more sense for like our theming, to be fair. Most of the mages stuff are like mountains, valleys, you know. This one's like mountains in the background. We got mountains in the background on all these. I guess in this one too. Pretty much all the mountains is definitely like the magical place. So maybe it's somewhere like a little grove inside a mountain. What is a grove? Grove meaning, I feel like I know, but like it's groove, not grove. A small woods, orchard, or group of trees. Okay, that's what I figured. I feel like a little like enchanted grove nestled within some mountains would be kind of cool. That's my thought. I sent a thing in stream chat thinking about how I could structure my game. Okay, let's take a look at it. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, those are cool colors for sure. I like that sort of structure of it. Purple sky, blue other stuff. Let's go into stream chat. Okay. Structures, creatures, land. Interesting. Okay. Okay, 4 slots. Okay, so you have like a grid-based combat, which is honestly something I kind of want to push toward with my game potentially. Right? Like I kind of want to maybe have it like adjacency bonuses and stuff like that. I think would probably be a good idea. So send it here. Yeah, probably, but it's okay. How dare you? Materials help generate HP. Materials for stuff takes damage, and then land dies, type of thing. Yeah, I mean that seems cool to me. I believe in you. Do it up, dude. No one's stopping you. You're the master of your own destiny. No, it does seem cool though. I like it. There. Yeah, that's cool, dude. Let me read that one more time so I'm like digesting it. Maybe the materials that lands generate is their HP. Yeah, that makes sense. You can use the material for building stuff or creatures, but if it runs out, you take damage. Then the land dies. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. That's kind of cool. Like you have health and sort of a resource that's also kind of like units in this game, but like a secondary thing potentially. But you have like different resources, like different resource cards, so that's definitely plays a little different. I'm not exactly sure how. I mean, obviously you're still kind of developing the main loop of the game, so it'll be interesting to see what you come up with though. Then maybe you put material cost for structures next to it. So next to it, so structures don't have HP, but materials that can run out. Not sure what I can use structures for yet. Maybe shield. I'm gonna try that. Yeah, give it a shot. I'm sure that could work. Yeah, structures is kind of being like the blocker cards, like fortifications, right? All right, let's just like sketch something out and see what we think. I mean, I definitely want to, I guess, kind of mountainy, right? Or at least in the background, there's mountains. That's really cool. The I'm on TV. There you go. I'll let you be on TV. There you go. Yeah. That's fun. Okay, things to think about. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could do something more perspective-y and less flat, like more of a rounded horizon. I guess it would be like this, or like, right? We'd have like something like this, and we have like the mountains kind of going along that horizon line. We do the sketch, and then kind of like, I guess in the middle of all this, we have our sort of forest. And I'm thinking, I don't know, I like my brain wants to do mushrooms. Why? That's, I just really want to do mushrooms, guys. Don't do drugs, kids. Like, I really want to do... And we could do trees instead. I don't know. What's our vote? Trees or like mushroom trees? Like, you know what I mean. Mushroom trees. Okay, that's one vote, mushroom trees. We could do non... It's either like sort of like magical, like purpley trees or mushroom trees. There's some good references for that too. Like some of these kind of guys. So funny how like most of this is probably AI now. It's so funny to me that there's stock, like a lot of the stock images are AI. That's what I find funny. Like this kind of thing, you know? Like that's kind of cool. Want to see... I don't even know if I could pronounce that. I'm assuming it's different types of mushroom components, but I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce. Love mountains kind of in the background, and then just mushroominess. Oh, hello. Meow. Meow to you too, kitten. I guess I kind of like the mushrooms that kind of have more of a like a tapered shape. It looks a little more magical, you know? This sort of that shape, like bell shaped, I guess is maybe the right word. Kind of weird when you're just drawing like a forest with no real like focal point, which is maybe a mistake here. You know, it kind of feels like I'm just kind of drawing a thing that's like there's no focus, right? It's kind of hard to figure out what exactly I'm doing here. This is where I guess you kind of just want to use like leading lines to like lead you to each thing. Like this, like this line leads you to this thing, and this line leads you to this thing, and then, you know, you'd have like maybe this line, like a line leading you to that. So you're like, your eye just kind of ventures in a circle, right? It's more about general composition than, which maybe is like, maybe I should rethink this a little bit. Like maybe we just need to draw a gesture, right? We've got the mountains, which should be a line like this. I mean, maybe we do like the whole, what's it called? Like the Fibonacci sequence thing. What's the shape? You know, maybe we do the what's the spiral called? The golden ratio. We could give it a shot. Sounds fun. I think you had it. Well, it's called there's I think a name for the shape. It's called the Fibonacci sequence, but I'm wondering if there's a name for the actual. I thought there was a name for the shape. Golden ratio is for the people who don't know the real name. Yeah, I guess so. I thought there was a name for the shape itself, but I guess it's just the Fibonacci sequence, but the golden spiral. Let's just try something like that, where we have like this, and it kind of, you know what? Let's just be crazy. We're trying some stuff today. Let's copy this. Copy image. Paste. Trying some stuff today. It's not quite exactly how I want it to be though. We're gonna play with it a little bit. It does give me ideas, right? Like I think rather than, so our focal point really is like here, right? I just kind of wanted to get it on paper for half a second here, and then I'll draw my own shape. The idea we kind of want more of a horizon, but then we'll have like this be our focal point. Yeah. Then we want all our lines sort of leading this way. I don't know. We're trying stuff. Looks like an eyeball. So far, we're decent, with the exception of this guy that I drew here. Like this should probably be. Oops, it should probably be like down here. And this guy can maybe be go down this way. I was just trying to figure out composition there. I wasn't really sure what I was doing. This gives me at least some direction, even if I don't follow it completely. What, kitten? Been meowing at me a lot lately. Probably not giving her enough attention. Be sad about it. We want leading lines, but we don't want... What we don't want is... Why am I blanking what they're called? The lines overlap, or whatever. Not terminators. What's the other one? Tangents. That's it. what I mean? Kind of refine the shapes a little bit later too, but I want to look at this thing Most has sent me again. No more like a complete cliff face. We should try to do like an aurora above the thing up here though, like in the little bit of space that we have up there that isn't mountain. This probably should have been on 2 different layers, but it's a sketch and I really need to stop worrying about that. So we want these kind of just anything down here kind of just should be kind of just pointing up this way. No, that. Never know if I should be in the game design or the art category, you know? Just thinking about that. I'm like, I'm in game design right now, but we're doing mostly art until we get to more game design. So it's like, do I swap to the game or to the art category, or does it even really matter? Like, who cares, you know? Jamie can't be in multiple categories. Yeah. Do we have like a mushroom that has mushrooms growing off of it? Is that like weird? It's not really. Well, I guess that can kind of be a thing, right? If it's like skinnier mushroom, whatever's. I like the look of it. Therefore, we can do it because it's fantasy and no one cares. Well, actually, mushrooms don't really grow like that, so you can't actually do that. I don't know who I'm mocking right now, but it's someone, for sure. Probably drawing behind the thing right now. Sure am. Trying to decide if I want to add like other foliage or like how this kind of actually ties into everything. This line really isn't going to be here. This is more like a reference line. Know what I'm saying? Gnome Super Saiyan. Can't tell if that's too much or not. It's probably okay. It does offset the balance of number of mushrooms, though. One of the things I learned, my mom does like a lot of what's it called? Like a lot of garden stuff, and one of the things she like talked about is like bouquet arrangement. And for some reason that stuck with me. And one of the things you want to do, and I think it's because like the shape, like it's a circular shape, right? Is you want to have any arrangement with, you don't really want to use even numbers usually, right? Like you have one thing in the center and then you have like an odd number of like 3 is a good number. Technically you can do 2 and 4 or whatever, but odd numbers are better for arranging something. So let's say like you have, you know, your big flower in the middle, and then you have, you know, multiple flowers on either side. Maybe more like this. Right? And then you could do another one where you could, you know, maybe you do 2 each here. Which is technically 6, but like, you know, you want like arrangements. You usually want to work in odd numbers or pairs of numbers. You know, it's kind of an interesting thing to think about. And it kind of relates a lot to like organizing different like things like this. Yeah, a lot of the rules on that have stuck with me for some reason. So I think we need like a ground plane, which I guess should probably be here. But it's kind of like a vanishing point perspective, which I'm not usually good at. Perspective lines. We're trying to learn a little bit today. We're doing some learning. I guess it would be something like this, right? Actually, let me try to see if I can use this tool. Lazy Nizumi. I think they have a perspective tool. Okay. Perspective line. No, wait. Perspective. How does this work? Book window. Okay. It's this. Oh, God. Okay, stop. Actually work. Thank you. Okay, now it's hooked. Yeah, in theory, we can just draw. I think our perspective is like here. So this might not be. This is 2-point perspective, not 1-point perspective. I don't think we want. Never mind. We're not using this tool. It was a good thought. Anyway, let me just try this for a second. We're trying to learn. We're trying to get learned, you know? So I think our point would be here. Like, this is where kind of we want everything to follow. I think maybe I'm subconsciously inspired by Toots here, because he was doing a lot of like referential lines for his design stuff, and I think that might be inspiring me to do more reference stuff like this, to kind of, it's something I don't work on enough and I would like to do more. So I think it's kind of a fun thing to try out. Gotta go now, brother. Have a lovely rest of your stream. I was about to say you too. I don't know if you're streaming today, but you have a great stream whenever you stream, my friend. I'll chat with you next time. All right, dude. I'll catch you later. First in YouTube chatters. That's the first. YouTube has been a little bit slower lately because a lot of people have jumped on over here to Twitch, but either way. Thank you. Indeed, Mosta. Catch you later, dude. How you doing, Unsatisfied? How's life? Okay, okay. Life's okay. Well, it's better than not okay, I would say. Any reason it's only okay and not spectacular? Farewell. Fare thee well, Mosta. You were the most of us. I don't know. I'm trying to be dramatic and say things, but I don't know how, you know? He's probably not even here anyway, so. He gone. I like that quote, you were the most of us. I tried, you know? It wasn't perfect, but I feel like there could just be more to that, you know? You're in a good place to pause. Are you in a good place to pause? Sure. Well, let me see what our ad break is looking like. Where the heckaroonie is it? We got 1 minute and 18 seconds. No, it's perfect. We'll do push-ups, then we'll take a break. I did say sure. You're good. No worries. I wasn't sure what you were gonna do. I wasn't sure if you were gonna like redeem art or something. All right, push-up redeem. Let's do it. Cat cam. Oh, we just used the cat cam for push-ups now. All right. Well, it's sit-ups actually, technically. Okay, here we go. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Kitty ups, exactly. They're not super efficient, but don't forget to hydrate as well. Thank you. Okay. 20 sit-ups, I would say, is definitely harder than 5 push-ups. But here we are. Or at least more like cardio. I wouldn't say it's necessarily more difficult, right? I don't know. Anyway. Gotta up it to 10 push-ups, maybe. Maybe. Maybe so. I feel like though after like doing, yeah, maybe I should. I don't know. We'll see. I'll think about it. Thank you for the redeems. We're going to do an ad break. I'll be back in 3 minutes and we'll have hour free of whatever, of time, you know? All right, so be right back.
I've been making a cooperative trading card game, and this card right here almost ruined everything. The bridge card was so fundamentally broken across so many versions of the game that I had to refactor my entire game just to make it work at all. But before we get into that, let's explain how the game works, because if you don't know how the game works, you know? Well, it's how it is. In Armies Against Entropy, players work together, placing cards to gain synergies, allocating units to distribute power where needed, granting each card more health and damage, and battling the Old God, a deck of cards designed to provide challenges to the players and serve as the main antagonist of the game. The most important thing you need to know is that each card had up to 2 different types of effects. There are base effects, which are in the main body of the card, similar to any other trading card game you've seen. Then there were activated effects, indicated by this blue gem box beneath the base effect. These activated effects required certain conditions to be met before they could be triggered. With all that in mind, let's dive into the bridge card itself and its copious problems it had in each version. We'll explore how it evolved and ultimately shape the game into what it is today.
What you doing, little buddy?
Well, the bridge card was so bad, I just figured I'd build a new one.
Well, we fixed it in the end, so you just have to like listen to the story.
Yeah, but I think we could still use a new one.
All right, buddy, just keep doing your thing.
The bridge card was designed as a support card, helping to provide effects from your cards to your ally side of the board. This card was added about midway through the original development cycle, so there were a lot of things changing and happening around it. The intention was to increase interactions between allies, as collaboration is a core aspect of what makes Armies Against Entropy unique. More specifically, it was meant to take activated effects from cards like Farm, where if you had 5 or more units on the farm, you could play an additional card per turn. The bridge would apply that effect to your allies, allowing them to play an additional card as well. While this made it an extremely powerful card, it was integral to the spirit of the game, so we were okay with that. Now, going into it, we understood there could be some problems with this mechanic, as some activated effects behave differently than others. Take the Butcher, for example, which gained units upon the death of a monster. This became an issue because the units created by the Butcher were placed onto itself. As other effects applied to the entire game state, such as card draw or rule changes, the Butcher dealt with the individual card itself, which the other players may or may not have a copy of. To address this, we added a small note stating that these effects didn't apply to unit gain as sort of a band-aid fix, and we called it a day. However, I wasn't completely satisfied with this approach. As part of the next patch of the game, I aimed to add more functionality to structures, since they required more effort to place, trying to allow structures to provide more powerful effects in return for their cost. My goal was to give every structure both a base effect and an activated effect, enhancing their overall impact on the game. The way I decided to implement this was allowing Bridge to synergize with an ally if they have the Trading Post card on their side of the board. So this new effect stated, if the card named Trading Post is in play, this card's effect now also applies to gaining units. Units gained by this are immediately placed onto the Trading Post. Essentially, say a player had a swamp that gains a unit upon a monster's death.
No, I didn't mute
The
myself.
Trading Post on your ally side of the board would
let's
also
hit the
gain.
timer this time.
Of course,
There
while
we
this
go.
was kind of a fix for the
Hello.
previous version of the card,
You know what I
it ended
really
up
like?
being
The
more of a
beginning of
complication.
this video,
Instead of solving any problems, actually led
this
to more
whole
issues.
intro thing.
A lot of these stemmed. I've been making a
This part-
cooperative trading card game, and
the cards,
I've been making a cooperative trading card.
I was really
game,
happy with this
and
intro.
this card right here almost ruined everything. The bridge
And
card was
obviously
so
the zoom
fundamentally
into the
broken
artwork is
across
pretty
so
cool
many
too,
versions of the game that I had to refactor my entire game just to make it work at all.
Anyway.
But before we get into that, let's
It is making me excited about my new my like the how to play video. I've got I showed this on Discord. Where is it? This one? Just mute it. But the part when it goes to structures, hold on, hold. this part right here, where it kind of, or not, at the end of this, where it shows like how they're placed. It does like the card turning. That part I think is cool. Yeah. Anyway, I liked when you were talking to little Natal B working on the bridge. Yeah, it took so much effort to put me behind the bridge, or put my little mini me behind me. I guess the bridge behind me is what I'm trying to say. That was a lot of effort for minimal payoff, but I'm proud of it, at least, you know. Anyway, back to art. My biggest problem with my videos right now is I think the amount of effort I put in, the effort to payoff ratio is too low, which makes me feel like I need to put less effort in my videos, and that just feels bad. You know, but here we are. You giving this card another effect? What do you mean? I mean, the plan is to give it like, I'm thinking just like when you play a spell, it gains units. Oh, the Pyromancer? Probably not. Unless it's some sort of like unit generation effect, but like help keep it alive, but I don't know. Could maybe, but I'm drawing on the wrong layer. That seems negative. It forces you every time you draw it. Well, that's sort of the point. I mean, it's I mean, you can attack infinite times is the payoff, right? In theory, which means you could kill like an entire row of endlings or an entire set of them. Granted, there's not as many, so maybe it needs to be a little different, but I kind of just want to play around with it and see how it feels. I don't think I'm going to give it another effect until we see how it actually works out. Although sometimes like the whole idea of like making something broken and like too good is usually like a decent way to start you know, to release a card. Like you follow the sort of like League of Legends does that, or like other you know, video games where they we're on the wrong layer. You know, other video games where that you start when you release something, you release it overpowered so people play it more, and then you can kind of figure out what's too broken, right? It kind of works out to your advantage. It's on the wrong layer. But I don't know. Because action economy is huge in this game. Like, being able to attack that many times is kind of busted. So that's why it kind of feels like a negative, is that it kind of is a balance for the fact that you can attack so many more times than any other card in the game. It's by far the card that can attack the most. Well, the Spellblade can also attack a lot. So, I don't know. But I agree it might be too punishing, but I'm curious to see how it feels in game rather than in theory, you know? Yo, Thunder. Could always nerf it a bit by preventing the amount of attacks to Lance person. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could limit the number, but I feel like it kind of ruins the fantasy of the card a bit. Morning, y'all. What's up, Thunder? How's life? How's the farm? Nah, you're right. I think it's just a high level difficulty card to play. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a more complicated card. People who just starting the game probably wouldn't really feel super comfortable playing. Yeah, this is not even anywhere near the you just can't see it. You see this even? A little bit, but not much. I'm not gonna bother rendering this one. Cold and getting wet. Ah, no fun. No bueno. This kind of needs somewhere to actually sit. I guess it's gonna be like here-ish. And then maybe we do one last one, kind of this sort of number. Down with Sunder. Today is a good day. It is. Morning toot. Gathering wood, more than keeping the garden. Bubbles well down your way. Yeah, dude. It's doing good. Yeah, I'd say it's going well. Yeah, I'd say we're doing quite swell here down these parts. Take it you have a wood stove then of some sort. Wood, not necessarily stove, but you know, I guess it's called a wood stove, right? All right, I think this is the general composition. We might have to remove some stuff. Maybe it's a little cluttered, but we'll see. There's some effects too. We'll probably give it some depth with some like fog. Why did I lower the opacity on that? I'm gonna lower the opacity on this. There we go. I'm wondering if we should make like the mushrooms a little more like ruffly, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to find my references here. Yep. Wood stove is king. Here we have lots of wood, free-ish. Yep, I feel that. We actually have a ton of wood from a storm that came through here. And destroyed like a crap ton of trees. So that's fun. I guess we'll start with this guy, actually. I think I can give it the most detail because it's like the biggest one. How does that work? Just like that. It's looking good. Thank you. Thank you, my toot. The tootsiest boy around. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying stuff. I'm trying to decide if I want to add a little like gills or whatever you want to call them. I can't remember what they're actually called, but I'm trying to decide if I want to add them. I'm glad you're getting the underside of the mushroom. Me too. Yeah, I was tempted to like just do the tops, but it just didn't quite look, it didn't feel right. I think the other thing is this should be, well, it looks nice. I kind of want it more wobbly, you know, a more of a natural look instead of super straight like that. All right, let's just, here, wait, hold on. We can do this. How do I do this? How do I, there's a read text button somewhere. Text to speech.
123 cents.
Lamelli. That's what Microsoft Sam says, so. Microsoft Sam as computer's default voice. You know what I mean? That looks better. Toot being a fungus expert. I'm trying to decide, yeah, if I want these to draw them as, I think this actually looks decent. I was tempted to maybe draw them as like like do it in the rendering, but I think that no, I think I'm gonna do it in the rendering. I think it'll look better. Worst case, we can add it in later, but I think doing like the color and then just making another color that's the lines will look better. So we'll give it a shot. Of different mushrooms grow, my favorite is to find is chicken of the woods. Interesting. Of course it is. Yeah, of course you would like. I was thinking the same thing. You and your chickens. Chicken of the woods. It's a very like one of those mushrooms, you know what I mean? Look at that. You can eat it. At least someone put it on a plate. No, it's actually just chicken dish. I think. It kind of looks like these though. Oh, it is. Sauteed chicken of the woods. There you go. Chicken guy likes chicken of the woods. They're really a blessing to find. They grow in bunches. You actually eat them? Have you eaten them? I've eaten a weird wild mushroom before. What is it called? Like a puffball mushroom or something? Yeah. Like these? I ate one of these before. I honestly can't remember what it tastes like that much, but I think we ate it like French toast almost. It was like, whatever. It's kind of crazy. If a hospital ventured into the bush, thought it was going to be an animal, he came back with the mushroom. There you go. Beautiful. That's funny. That's quite hilarious. Making me hungry. I don't even really like mushrooms that much, honestly, food-wise. I think it's a texture thing for me, as much as I like the idea of eating mushrooms. Just for some reason, the texture kind of bothers me. But I do like if you cook mushrooms with stuff, I like them. I like the flavor of them. It's just, you know, eating them as is usually, like not as is, but like, although I guess, yeah, I mean, like when do you eat mushrooms raw, right? Like, I mean, I guess you can, but it's not really like a common thing. So I don't really know what I'm saying. But I like mushrooms cooked in things. These aren't good. Let's start over on these. Which reminds me, I really want to make some more beef stroganoff because, man, that's good. And that's got mushrooms in it. I haven't had it in a long time, although it is kind of more of a winter meal than like a fall or whatever, you know. Why can't I draw the shape? Eh? It's fine. They kind of have the texture of chicken. It's not so mushy. The closest thing is thing to veggie meat. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just talking about like your standard like grocery store mushroom, whatever that would be, as far as like texture wise. But I've forgotten how to draw the shape. It's kind of an S, I guess, and then like another S. How do you draw this shape? Is right? It's kind of weird. It's like a little curve and then another curve. That's not quite right either. There we go. Better. Oh, white ones or brown ones? Like, I like more than just those, but they get so expensive. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, I like it. I don't know. I do like mushrooms. It's just like, I don't know. If it's like too, like if it's like the dish is like too mushroomy, it's kind of like, whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm like, I feel like I'm liking them more as I get older. I'm definitely growing up taste wise, you know. A more mature palate, you know what I mean? My grandfather showed my brother and I the wonderful world of mushrooms when we were young. There you go. I had a lot when I was like, my mom would cook lots of dishes with mushrooms, but it just wasn't like, I don't know. I don't think I ever disliked them necessarily. It's just like, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm fine with them. I don't know. Like in some ways, like I can't like, I don't know. I think it's like, there's a lot of, pretty much most vegetables, I'm like, I don't like them as much uncooked. Doesn't to say like, you, like I said, you don't usually eat mushrooms uncooked. You can, right? But like in like a salad or something like that. But for the most part, I guess, you know, I usually eat them cooked. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just lying to myself. I don't know. Because I'm trying to think of an instance where I like don't like a mushroom in a dish and I can't think of it. But if someone was like, yeah, do you like mushrooms? I'd be like, yeah, I don't know. I think maybe if it's just undercooked, like I like them more thoroughly cooked. I don't know. Go hunting every other weekend during summer times. Good times. Heck yeah. You know what? I know what I did wrong with this. It needs more of a wibbly wobbly Mushrooms are more related to the animal kingdom. Just saying, you can eat them raw, but you can eat fish raw too. Yeah, it's true. That makes sense. Yeah. But I kind of like that with all vegetables though. At the same time, like I don't really like I like cooked vegetables much more than I do raw ones, for the most part. Gotta go, dinner time. See you later. All right, dude. Yeah, all this food talk's making me hungry. I have like no food in the house. Have a good supper, eh? Yeah. Eat lots of mushrooms. Yeah, thank you for being here, Tebow. Have a good rest of your day. Unless you come back, then we'll see you then. How are we feeling about this? Pretty decent. I feel like this needs to be a little more this way. And then this guy, I think, is a little too close to this guy. I bet you're moving along. True. True. It's coming along. A lot of mushrooms to draw. Yeah, I really need to go to the grocery store. It's like been way too long since I've actually gone. I've had lots of food at home, but I'm just like, I'm just out at this point. I'm out of food. I mean, sort of. Technically, I do have some stuff, but I kind of just need to restock, you know? Very out of breakfast food for sure. Which is always weird, you know? Like, the fact that there is, like, foods that are specifically for breakfast is kind of wild. It's definitely, like, just a marketing thing, you know? I feel like. And now we're just all used to it. I mean, I guess a lot of you are from other countries. Do you have like specific types of foods that are breakfast foods? Have you chosen a kind of mushroom you want to make them look like? Maybe fly. Let's see. Fly Amenita. Maybe. I don't know if I'm gonna give them spots or not. I think we're going with kind of like a very fantasy vibe. Like these are like magic mushrooms. Like I kind of was looking at like this sort of reference, you know, kind of cool, or like, I don't know, sort of like magic-y kind of thing. I'm from Canada, but my favorite breakfast is German bread, sausage, and cheese. I mean, that sounds breakfasty to me. Like, the question is, like, where does, like, the concept of, like, this is breakfast food come from, right? Because a lot of, like, breakfast food, I feel like it's just kind of made up, you know? It's like, why is this breakfast food? Like orange juice being breakfast, like a breakfast thing is 100% a marketing thing. But, like, arguably, in my mind, yeah, it's got, like, you know, vitamin C, right? Which is probably good to start your day off with. However, I find that orange juice is pretty acidic, right? So it doesn't really seem like a good breakfast, like, drink. You know? Like from a, you know, good way to start your day kind of thing. Like, you feel like you shouldn't have something acidic on, you know, relatively empty stomach. Everything can kind of be breakfast. In Japan, we would often have rice with breakfast. Right. Oh, wait, Han. I feel like carbs, sugars are popular breakfast because they're quick to make and taste good. Yeah, right? Like, rice for breakfast, like, it's something that Americans would hardly ever do, right? Cheesy rice for breakfast is awesome for breakfast. Yeah, like, but it's not a traditional breakfast meal. You know? Not that I'm saying you couldn't eat it for breakfast. You obviously can. You could eat whatever you want for breakfast. You could eat steak for breakfast, which you can do, right? Steak and eggs, that's a thing, but like, there are, like, more traditional breakfast, and why is it that way? You know? My buddy's Mexican mom would make cheesy rice with butter, fried cactus for breakfast with eggs. Mmm. Spectacular. Yum, 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 yum. I don't know what fried cactus tastes like, but it sounds yummy, you know? I don't think I've ever had cactus before. I don't know, I was just thinking that this morning. I was like, I have, like, some lunch food, but I don't want to eat it for breakfast. And it's like, is that just ingrained in our brains that we should have specific breakfast food for no reason, you know? It's good and oddly spicy. Prickly pear cactus is an entry-level cactus. Yeah, for some reason I want to say I've had prickly pear, but I don't know if I have, you know? I think I was, like, going to try it, but maybe didn't. I don't know. Actually probably should be on this layer. Good brown plane here. Actually, no, it's gonna be probably more useful to have it on here. Can't draw on this because the back layer is hidden. Another favorite was moose steaks in That's a mistake. Sorry, it just sounds like saying mistake, and I thought that was funny. In the morning when I was in Yukon, interesting. God, I want to say I've had moose as well when I was in Newfoundland, but maybe not. I can't remember. It was very young. So during the spring, I was eating asparagus, and I would just eat raw asparagus for breakfast. That's fair. I had pickled asparagus for the first time recently. That was actually really good. For some reason, I was always kind of like meh about pickled vegetables, but like different ones, like ones that weren't pickles, you know, that weren't, you know, cucumbers rather. But more open to that too. Definitely gotten more open to food as I get older, you know. Okay. Let's, don't want to like draw a bottom to this one because it kind of, well, we can hide it with some other stuff, but we probably will have like little bits of foliage in here, but we'll see how it looks. Okay. It's on the wrong layer. Maybe it's because it goes... It's a little better. Okay, this should be behind. This should be... Let's look at our color scheme again. I kind of like... the best, if you like, Caesars. What is? Did I miss something? I don't know. Pickled asparagus. God, now I'm hungry. There you go. Yeah, I'm getting hungry too. We probably stopped talking about food. Hello? Oh, I probably just combined like 12 layers of something. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Colors. What colors do we want everything to be? I guess maybe sort of a... maybe a green. Honestly, maybe we dip into the teal color here for our ground color. Our mountains are going to be probably a dark bluish. You were saying fantasy colors, right? Yeah, I think that's where we're going. We're going with it. I think it's gonna be like blues and teals and purples is kind of my thought. And then the sky is gonna be like, I'm trying to decide if it's gonna be like this color. And then like all the mushrooms themselves are gonna be like purpley, I think. Maybe orange. But I haven't fully coagulated my thoughts. Is that a gross word to use for thoughts? I don't know. Against a bright or dark sky. I think it's kind of gonna be like hazy, right? Like, I don't know. I'm kind of playing around here. I'm not entirely certain. I'm being completely honest with you. I'm thinking something like how if I inverted my selection? One of the mushrooms pop make the background darker. Yeah, I think I will. I think I'm just gonna do that in shading rather than with the colors themselves. Potentially. Just with using my color palette, I don't want to get too far outside the color palette. I don't really use this color that much. Is that kind of more interesting for the sky? Kind of similar to this color. Okay, I'll watch the process. No, I mean you're good. I agree with you. Or honestly, maybe the mushrooms themselves might be darker. The background's definitely gonna end up darker. So Twitch doesn't really want to work with me today. Still black issue screen. I know this is the only an issue for me. Because I saw it for a second just now. Weird. You always make your art pop. Thank you. Well, we'll make it work, I believe. Honestly, we'll probably do something like kind of how we did the which art was it? The this one. It's gonna look something like this, I think, but maybe a little different color scheme. Maybe time to reinstall the app, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Like I said, there's like a function where it's like it puts it into like it removes visuals. Otherwise, you could always jump in on YouTube, of course, but yeah. Yeah, there's like the like no visual mode, whatever it's called. I don't know if that's what's happening. Thunder has the icon for it. Listening only. I need that card. There you go. It's true. I feel ya. I wish I could give points, but here we are. Man, I almost want to make these magenta, but I feel like this is gonna look like a... I feel like this is gonna look like a old god card if I'm not careful. We don't want it to look like... Nah, we're gonna stick with the purple. I think that's more the color I want, though. At a horrifying, but I can see. Oh yeah, because I think it's just because you can have the icon on or off, whether you can see or not. But there is a way you can turn on and off your visuals if you're viewing. A horrifying idea for point rewards. You could try to sing the requested song from memory if you know it. I don't know enough music. I don't think I could do that. I'm also, well, I was gonna say I also can't sing, but that's not 100% true. It's just I've never tried, you know. I've never tried to learn music, and that's kind of the problem. I might have talent. I've just never given it a shot. I like to draw from memory redeems too. I could see that. I'm trying to decide how I feel about the composition of this still, but I think it's good enough for now. Okay, how am I doing this? Trying to decide what my technique is going to be here, because I kind of have an idea of how I want it to turn out, but I'm not 100% certain. I think we do a multiply layer like this. Lower it a bit. We specifically erase around the tree, you know, our tree friends here. Little mushrooms. Kind of glowing. Give us kind of a look. Yeah, this one I'm unsure about, but it's like kind of one of those ones, just trust the process, even though I don't know what the process is quite yet. But we'll see. I'm kind of playing around. Oh, right. I do need to draw, like, paint the gills on these. We need to add some detail to the mushrooms. Yeah, the glow extend from the gills. I think that is cool, right? Yes, those are cool, but I imagine torturing beats with opera songs. That's true. Ave Maria. There you go. That's all you'll ever get. True. I kind of like the orange glow from under the gills, so we're gonna try that. Not what I meant to do. Just gonna see how I feel about this. Focus Pocus by Focus. I don't know that one. That'd be a crazy song to karaoke. Yeah, I have no idea what that even is. I'm uncultured. spelling is like crystal. Okay, this is not what I wanted. Okay. Who would have thought? How does that work? Okay, whatever. Give me half a second to that's okay. Maybe we'll add like in there too. You have a chance, check it out. Those guys, the guy who does it goes crazy. There you go. All right, what do we got? We got push-ups again. Merp. Push up time. Oh, we're about to hit ads. Oh yeah, 10's much harder. You remember your timer, I know, right? Look at me go. I did 10 for you, Toot. Here. There's Luna. But yeah, feel free to link the Discord. I'd be happy to check it out. We are 1 minute and a half away from an ad. I don't know how I feel about the gills. I almost wonder if like maybe instead they should be like yellow is kind of nice. Or maybe purple. It looks good up close, but not far away. That's my worry. I think I like the bright yellow. Okay, let me start over on this. And then we will. I'm trying to define the process here. All right, it is break time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Tuna, I'll read your thing right after. I'll be back in 3 minutes, and we will have an hour free of
I'm
ad-free
making
time.
a cooperative trading card game, and
ahead,
card
bud.
on their side. Post on your ally side
right
of the
back.
board would also gain a unit. Of course, while this was kind of a fix for the previous version of the card, it ended up being more of a complication. Instead of solving any problems, actually led to more issues. A lot of these stemmed from poor wording on the card, which left certain interactions open to interpretation and causing different edge cases to pop up. For instance, what if the player with the bridge had a trading post on their side of the board rather than their ally? There was nothing stating that the bridge had to be on the ally side of the board, so if you had one, would you end up gaining double units? Or take the fortress card. If the card had the right number of units on it, it allowed your heroes to gain units when they attacked. Which begs the question, would the trading post also gain those units, even though this card was meant for only heroes to gain them? And probably a more game-breaking example, the Elvish Archer. With a proper number of units, it could attack 2 monsters for the cost of 1. This effect was meant strictly for the Archer. So did a bridge do nothing? Or worse, did it break the game and allow all heroes to attack 2 monsters as well? Now you might be thinking, why not just reword bridge and fix the problems? Well, by this point, we were running out of room on the cards and didn't really want to keep just adding exceptions to make it function properly. So instead, we decided to change the game entirely, which sounds drastic for just 1 card out of 40. However, the real reason for this was that it highlighted a greater issue with the game as a whole. The problem was that activated effects needed to be categorized more clearly. At the time, there were 2 main types of activated effects. One type required a certain number of units on the card to trigger an effect, while the other type was triggered by a specific event happening in the game. So the solution was to split these effects into 2 different types, unit effects and triggered effects. From there, we meticulously went through every single card and reworked them to fit these new effects. While this change was a good idea, it actually didn't fix any of our problems and ended up creating new ones. Let me explain. The new version of the bridge base effect was written like this. If the structure you control has an activated unit effect, those effects also apply to your allies. Now, take note, it specifically says structure. This was our easy way to avoid the issue we are facing with cards like Elvish Archer and Cleric. I'll explain it in a minute. And the unit effect stated, if an ally's triggered effect occurs, you also gain that effect. Any units gained are placed on the bridge. This was an attempt to maintain the unit synergy and identity with less wording. While it did remove the synergy it had with Trading Post, this was a worthwhile trade-off for the new simplicity. It also shifted the benefit more toward the player with the bridge rather than their ally, which in hindsight I didn't really like because it went against the original supportive nature of the card. But despite that, it ended up being one of the most powerful and broken effects in the entire game. This is because during this update, many of the God cards, the cards that define the player's playstyle, along with providing hugely beneficial effects, were shifted to triggered effects as well. This meant simply having a bridge on the board meant the bridge had the power of a god itself. If that statement didn't make it clear already, it was clearly overpowered. The bridge's effect was quickly given an exclusion to the god's effects, which balanced it somewhat, but I still wasn't satisfied. Having a card that could both generate a massive number of units and also provide a substantial buff for your allies felt like too much power concentrated on a single card. Truthfully, I wanted the base effect to be tied to a unit effect. This meant that placing the card wouldn't be enough to access its power. It would need some investment to get going. So I ended up removing the triggered effect from the bridge, deciding a similar ability might find its place on another card down the line. The base effect was then moved to a unit effect, which now required 8 units on it for the effect to activate. And while all might seem fixed, there were still some major issues nagging it. Bridge still only applied to structures to prevent weird interactions with Archer and other heroes, and while at the time it didn't have any weird interactions with structures, it didn't mean it wasn't possible. Not to mention, it would just be cool if it actually was able to interact with heroes as well.
That's
what
wild,
it boiled down
Tuna.
to was a problem with unit effects. Some of these applied to the overall game state, which worked great with Bridge.
Okay, let me read your thing real quick. You're back from the ads, right? I don't want to just start explaining your thing if you're not back. I know it can like be a little bit offset. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm eating some dried mangoes. Okay, I want to make a TCG card game based on my Joan OC for the fun. Awesome. You have any tips regarding how to make a TCG gameplay? Make TCG gameplay have depth without adding a ton of mechanics to create a needed complexity. Are there some common tricks to achieve that? Yeah, so the biggest sort of thing a lot of people will talk about when it comes to those kind of games, I mean, honestly, any games really, is the easy to learn, hard to master sort of design philosophy. You know, League of Legends has it. I think Magic has it. A lot of other, you know, a lot of TCGs has it. Basically, keep your mechanics simple. Like, that's fine. You don't have to add a ton of mechanics. The area, or like where you end up getting the fun gameplay and depth, is through the interaction between cards, not the overarching mechanics of the game, right? Especially if that's what you want, right? So you just have the cards do simple things that can add up to complex interactions when you make the cards. Like, for example, I'm trying to think of a good example here. We don't have like a ton of like crazy stuff here, but I mean, I guess, you know, for example, we have like, you can draw a God of Magic lets you draw a card from your deck each. Lets you draw a spell from your deck. So once you're out of spell, or like once you've played a spell, you can put it back, and then you could use your wizard to kill something, and that draws your spell back, and then you can play the spell again. And then so like you can have like interesting interactions between cards, and that's what adds the complexity, even though their abilities are relatively simple. You don't need to have tons of complex mechanics to make that work. Hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, I mean, that's really the trick, right? Just simple cards that have cool interactions between each other. So each card is simple on its own, but adds up to something more complex. I think there is a video on that on YouTube, but I can't remember what it's called. It's really interesting because I assume a simple card would have more possible uses than a super specific one. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can build in like specific, you know, like specific card interactions into the game. Like, we have a few of those, being like, I don't know, like Necromancer and Necromancy Altar, right? Those are like built-in combos. If you have the Necromancy Altar, the Necromancer specifically combos off of that, right? But you don't need that in your game, really. Like if the Necromancer Altar is in play, the Necromancer returns from death, regardless of whether this is active or not. So it's like a built-in combo. However, a lot of the more interesting interactions happen from like, not necessarily unintended combos, but combos between cards that that aren't necessarily, that are more broad interactions. Like, for instance, Bridge, right? Bridge works with any blue card, right? So maybe you could play this one and you're like, okay, well, now all my allies can play their spells for free. And that like helps us win the game because we placed this thing. And then you can have lots of like combos that end up being more interesting in the long run. An old god and a necromancer walk into a bar. They say, ow. It's true. Something fig. What an entrance. What a fig-like entrance. I am gonna close out of this just so we're not using up any extra RAM for no reason. I've seen offside tactics to use cards as resources. Example, times and health kind of mechanics, not overcomplicated, easy and simple. Yeah, I mean, you basically just keep your like the interesting mechanics that come out of it is like when you have limitations, you have to think of more interesting abilities for the cards to have that are still relatively simplistic. Like you don't need 10,000 words on a card to make it interesting. It's just the interactions between them. Like, for instance, I don't have the card in game yet, but like one of the ideas is like with the Mage's Tower, when you draw a card, or when you discard a card, it grants you, well, this is actually, why did I close this? Actually, technically is in the game, right? When you discard a card, like a spell, the Mage's Tower gives you 3 units. So you can discard a spell and then pull it back with your god, because your god can like draw those cards back like constantly. So it's just really interesting. There's a lot of like cool interactions between abilities that you can use that don't necessarily have to be super complex on their own. You don't need a one card that says it does this and this and this and then it does that, and then like, you know, you don't really need that. Rot, hello, salutations, I've arrived. Welcome, hail and well met. One thing I see a lot in games in general is they add a ton of different kinds of status effects and buffs, like example buff, sword dance or something, but it gives extra attack and defense, which can be cool if you're tracking stacks of that buff to use them for something, but it's overused and not overused, and it's not that a lot of the time. Yeah, what I miss? We're working on a land card currently. It is a enchanted forest kind of dealio. We're kind of just working on what it's gonna look like in the long run, but currently we're talking about Tuna's talking about how to make a TCG complex without adding tons of mechanics. I agree with you though, Tuna. I'm not really a fan of like status effects and stuff like that typically, if you can get away with it. Because I agree, they are kind of a lot of time like damage types and stuff I am not a fan of. I think they a lot of time don't add to the game because they like make things like a specific counter, right? It's like, okay, if you have this, it's good against this. Unless your game is fully built around like damage types like that, then I don't think it works. But yeah, I think, I mean, really a lot of time just setting ground rules for complexity is important in your, like, create a design philosophy when you're making your game. For Armies Against Entropy, I don't have it written down, but it is in my head. One of the big ones is, you know, the biggest one, only a single resource, and that should be your main thing that you're tracking. There really shouldn't be much else in the way of tracking mechanics. The only really other exception to that is like disabling and enabling cards, which I've tried to find, you know, good ways to track that without adding too much complexity. And of course I use a lot of like the standard tricks, right? Like rotating your cards and stuff like that. But yeah, kind of knowing where your complexity is important, and knowing what rules you have for your cards is also important. Like what kind of, where you're willing to go with any of the, what am I even trying to say? Knowing where you're taking your game is important as far as like mechanics, that kind of thing. Just create a base set of rules. Don't overscope it, you know. Don't keep adding stuff like mechanics. Just try to get away with the base amount of stuff you can do, and then work from there. A lot of the complexity will come from your cards, so you don't have to worry about adding too many mechanics to your game. Looking very psychedelic. Which, I mean, I guess is kind of what we're looking for in a way. Don't get caught sandboxing your rules. Know the limits you want. Yeah, basically. I really do need to write down all my like unwritten rules of like the design philosophy of armies. I think that would be probably good for you guys to see. But they're not all really pertaining to this sort of example, right? They're not all pertaining to keeping complexity in check, you know? But there is scope creep, right? Like whenever you're like, okay, like, I mean, even like being like, okay, let's do deck building. Like that's kind of scope creep. It's not really like the most advisable thing for me to do. But at the same time, there's two factors. One is that like for me, because like part of this is like for me to gain in popularity, right? Like I need to succeed with my social media stuff if this game's gonna succeed at all. So part of it is like the scope creep of the game isn't a huge deal, because if I tried to sell this game right now, like we get like 10 people to buy it, right? Maybe. So just working on the game is the important part. And if it makes it a little bit scope creep, that's kind of okay. Because we're just kind of trying to keep making content, and then people will keep seeing it and then hopefully like it, right? But it's not something I'd like recommend to anyone just creating a game to actually make a game and sell it. So that was kind of a tangent, but yeah, I get you. Great advice. So for example, I should set a rule that a card effect shouldn't have over 30 words or something like that. That's definitely important, although that can also make things more complex too, right? Because now you have to, like, wording is like a big thing. I agree that you definitely should do that to help, right? Especially because like if you're putting stuff on your cards. But yeah, like effects shouldn't be too complicated, right? They should be simple, and then you should you know, go from there. So yeah, I guess that would be a good one now that I'm actually thinking about it. It's a good way to keep yourself from, you know, getting too complex of stuff, which I kind of do. Like for here, like it shouldn't be more than 4 lines of text. Like 3 is like pushing it, and 4 is like, okay, we really shouldn't have much more. Also, yeah, card space already kind of limits you. Yeah, exactly. If you look at some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, the text is so small you can't read it. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that's like a advisable thing to do for sure. All right, let's just add some shadows to these cards. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how this all goes. Yuga's kind of nuts with that. Yeah. Try to keep them limited, because yeah, if you don't need to be Yu-Gi-Oh, you know. And decide where the sun is coming from. I guess it's probably here. Like from this way. God, a little bit of shading goes a long way, huh? It always amazes me. Beats, I'm real curious about how much time in total you spend on an AE card. For mechanics or for drawing? Or both? Because for drawing, it's between probably 1 and 3 hours. Yeah, drawing. Probably, yeah, between 1 and 3 hours. I would say it used to be quicker, but I'm making my cards look nicer. It'd probably be closer to 1 originally. And like some of the original ones was probably even less than that, because I just really had to cook through them, you know. I had such limited time. But now, yeah, I spend a little more time on them, probably between 1 and 3 hours. I'm missing stuff. Are you aiming for a bit of a CCG, or do you have a card limit? Yeah, are you trying to do like an actual trading card game, or just like a box set? Is a good question. Because they just keep making games true. Yeah. I think a lot of devs like to add a lot more words than are needed to make a character slash card seem more unique, but if you ask another player what it does, they can summarize in 2 sentences. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's kind of why I try not to like do too much with a lot of these cards, which does, you know, I will argue, you know, it does make it look a little bit empty when there's like no base effect or like no unit effect or something like that. But I think it's okay, you know. I don't hate it. It does look a little empty, but you know, the space is there to be used, not necessarily it's there to be used or not used, right? Whether, depending on what you need. So I'm not super worried about the visuals of it in that sort of sense, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just me. Cards, not games. Sorry. Oh yeah. I figured that's what you meant. Like in total, all artworks together. Oh, you mean like, oh, how long I've spent on every single card? I mean, we can make an average. I don't know exactly what it would be. I mean, what did we say? We had like 214. No, 200. No. Whoa. Oh wait. How many cards do we have? I want to say is it 200 or is it 100? Okay, we've got 18 of the beta cards. Plus, I believe 79 player cards plus 80 old god cards. It's 177, is that right? Oops. Is that right? Oh, wait, no. Wait, what? 51 cards. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm including copies of cards, Han. 51 player cards and old god cards. We've got 39. Okay, that's way less cards than I was thinking. 108. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, and then times, you know, let's say 2 on average, so it's 216 hours. Plus, you know, the you know, these things, right? So that's probably another, you know, few hours because I've revised them a few times. So I don't know, probably a total of like 220 hours, 250 hours, somewhere between 200 and 250 hours, I would say. Not big because I don't have enough characters or something huge, but I want something functional at least. Yeah, I get that. I'm inspired by trading cards from Borto, where oh god, Konoha there. Konoha gets go back. I haven't actually watched any of Naruto, which is, I know it's a sin, but I'm gonna sign a trading cards, and he wants to focus on the collection aspect, but also be playable. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I'd focus more on the visual aspect of the cards. The actual gameplay will be simple. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not too difficult to make a simple game, you know. Well, I'd say not too difficult. It's a lot of time and effort, but part of the thing is, like, half my time for the card design is just trying to make sure that the cards read well, which takes a lot of effort, but do not get me wrong. Something I'm trying to do is that a lot of time, like, you'll think that the darkest part of a piece should be, or like of a thing should be right on the edge, right? Like right here, right? But in reality, technically there's usually a little bit of bounce light that kind of makes it so there's a little bit of light there, and so the darkest part is actually not quite on the actual edge. Is an interesting thing that I've been trying to keep in mind. A little glow around the edge, you know. I haven't watched Naruto either. There's just so much to get into, you know? A kind of King Me card game, collect cards and get them to a specific person. Interesting. That was a huge part of my childhood, so I recommend it a lot. It's one of the darkest ones because it deals with themes like child soldiers, war crimes. Yeah, right. I think I'm usually not drawn to darker stuff, is probably why I haven't really. I've watched like a few episodes, like here and there as a like a kid, but I'm usually not drawn to like darker things. So I think that's probably why, although it can be darker and then have positive tone, and then I like it. I don't know if I've talked about tone before on here. I think I have. I think I went kind of off about it because usually I do. I talk about it a good bit. I don't think I like this layer. Maybe in the end it will look nice, but for now we're not going to do it. Official Naruto series is pretty short. Shippuden. The sequel series is kind of a separate entity in a lot of ways. Yeah, that's fair. Makes sense. Color burn's interesting, huh? I think Thunder is definitely right about this darker color thing, though. Well, I kind of like these being darker and the glow kind of being like the main thing that you see coming off of them. So we'll see how that goes. Not that I ever doubted him. It was just kind of a trying to figure out how to do this. But the background, I think, also needs to be darker. Like, I want the heel to still kind of be a thing, but I want it to be darker. I'm also, like, overdoing it because, like, this is all you're gonna see. Just check out Lee versus Gaara. I think you might like it. I think that may be the only fight I've ever seen. Yeah, it's literally the only thing I've ever seen, and I just randomly caught it on Cartoon Network. It just happened to be that fight. And I think I did like it, but at the same time, I'm unsure whether or not I don't know. I'll probably have to check it out at some point. It's just I haven't gotten there, you know? I haven't had the time. I feel like adding the light at this point is not the right move, but that's too excessive. Hello? Only... There we go. I think the orange is better. No, I like the yellow. Layer check / save. Save definitely needs to be done because I have not saved this yet. Thank you, Toot. This is the first save. Card art, player cards, land. What are we calling this? I feel like Enchanted Grove. How do we feel about that? I think Thunder? Oh, I thought that was a 2. Oh, wait. Oh, you can technically add a glow to whatever you want. Just make sure you are on the correct layer. Ah, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. And unintentionally saved it. There you go. Good work. Thank you, thank you. Wait, can I hear your stream in Adonimus's stream? Is Adonimus streaming me? Because there's a good chance that he is watching me while streaming. Because he does that sometimes. Oh yeah, I cannot believe Adonimus is streaming now. Conflict of interest. There you go. Well, he does have like 9. Oh, hold on. I'm super far behind. I guess not that far behind. It's good in its own right, different than OG Naruto. Great. Showing different character strengths, and Shippuden is closer. Oh, I think I already always closer to something like Dragon Ball for me. And the way the power creep is insane. Yeah, there you go. Just have like 9 of him, and so is naturally heading that way. Yeah, classic power creep. Gotta love it. Well, yeah, it's so funny. Imagine being imagine this being a restaurant for mice. How wait, just need tables? Are you talking about the mushrooms? I can see it. Although the mushrooms are like as big as people in theory. Like it's a forest. We're kind of going that purple and yellow theme again. Although I kind of want like a sort of like blue haze in the background. You know what I mean? Gotta be over the line art. There we go. Which is maybe why the sky should be a different color. But I don't know. I kind of wanted the sky to kind of reflect the this is the vision. We need to ground all this with some shadows. Oops. But yeah. I'm back. Had to stop for some bagel action. That sounds delicious. I'm hungry. These guys also have cheap prices. Nice. Well, I got a new follow, Adonimus. Yeah, everyone follow Adonimus. Here, shout him out. I gotta get better at that. We both streamed together the other day. Well, I guess he technically didn't stream, but almost 91. I failed. Failed at typing. There we go. I did it. List, please. Thank you. I gotcha. Gotcha, Pole. How you doing today, Pole? How's life? Let's look here. It's like the equivalent of like, I'm assuming that's $1.25. 2 bagels. That's insane. Yeah, it's weird when like other countries use commas instead of periods, because like to me that would be like, well, I guess the comma makes sense. Like if it was one more digit, it would be like, okay, that could be like $1,000 or something. But I feel like there should be either a foothill or implied tree lines before the mountains. Yeah, but that's more work, dude. Keep in mind where a character has a million things making them OP, like having constant power level between them, all the main characters outside of skill mastery. Those two, the only thing that makes the character OP is cooler to me overall. Yeah, I totally get you. Unless like in some ways it's fine when it's like that's like the whole thing. Like what's a reincarnated as a slime kind of works that way, right? And that's okay. But like that's kind of the whole point to it. But like when you get to like, but I agree that it can get kind of egregious there with that kind of stuff. Okay, we've got sit-ups and we've got unleashing the bald. Okay, are we on sit-ups or yeah, we're on sit-ups. All right, we have to steal the, oh wait, the kitten camera's not even up. We're not even on the right display. You guys, all your fault. Just kidding. Do it, free the noggin. What are we even doing? What aren't we doing? Oh, we did it. My favorite activity is stuff. That also sounds like a fig thing to say. There we go, Luna. Hydrate, thank you. I want to be just like Daniel B when I grow up. Such an inspiration. Thanks, dude. Bean! No, it's really a party. Oh, I missed something here. What do you mean you guys don't use commas? We don't use commas for numbers. Well, not for numbers, but for like cents. So it'd be like if you're doing $1, it would be $1, you know, 25 instead. You know? But like that's how you'd measure money. But then there's also like some countries that will do like a number when they'll like do like 1,000, they'll have like that would be 1,000. They'll put like a period in. I don't know. Anyway, it's just like different for some reason. Okay, I'll probably put like some like shadowy mushrooms in the background. Already read that. Get buff. Do it for the noggin. Yeah, do it. Free noggin. Free the noggin. What are we doing? It'll be stuff. True. Yeah, these guys get a pass since it's a whole point usually, but never vibe with Gojo or Goku, for example. The fact people were saying they could be anyone is not interesting at all. Gojo isn't realized nearly as much as anymore though. Yeah. I get what you're meaning. I'm trying to read too fast. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. I agree. Because they also have chocolate croissants for a bit over $1 a piece. Okay, Bean. Yo, Bean. It's a party. It's a party. What's your honest opinion on stink bugs? I have an infestation, but they're so chill and harmless. I mean, as long as you're not stepping on them, right? Infestation of bugs, usually not a good thing. We used to have an infestation of like ladybugs all the time at my, like, when I used to where I used to live. And it was fine, but there was so many of them. It was insane. So it kind of really depends, I would say. Light is coming from, so the shadows are going to go this way. Put some shadows on the ground. You know? So over here, is that? Actually, well, it's also not multiple. There we go. There we go. Again, you're not going to see any of this, so I don't know why I'm even bothering, but yeah, here we are. It's coming along. They're so dumb though. There's one that don't even smell bad and they don't spread disease or go on my food. It's not a bad one to eat past. Ah, yeah, there we go. What do they expect to happen when they jump under my shoes and I'm taking a step? Seriously. RIP. They have quantity, not quality, you know what I mean? Once I had a bunch of ants in my apartment, after a while, they kind of just disappeared. Ants are bad. Ants, you really, because they'll eat your stuff. They'll eat your food. Don't get me wrong. I like ants as a concept. I think they're cool, but I do not want them eating all my food, you know? All right, I guess we also kind of want some glow on the ground from these mushrooms. Which, honestly, this should probably just be on an above layer as well. Maybe even just be this layer. This layer be above the line art? Probably. It's too much. We need to do a separate layer. It's decided. Be back here. Probably a light yellow. It kind of ungrounds everything, I feel like. Kind of muddying everything. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll kind of go crazy with it and then tone it back. They really do on the wrong layer. No. We're fine. Everything's fine. Nobody panic. Oh God. I was not paying attention again. We got outbreaks of pine beetles up here in the north. Yeah, we used to have like Japanese beetles and they would eat everything, like plants. I once saw a ant carrying an entire fry by itself. Heck yeah, ants are pretty sick. Pine beetles hiss at people. Interesting. Looks like a battering ram ant is going on a charge and busting down some doors. Honestly, I have no idea how they got into my apartment. Yeah, it's usually like little small holes that you'll never be able to find. If you really get an infestation, you just gotta spray everything, you know, spray the entire periphery of your house. I used to name them, but now because I know they'll die by crashing into a window 50 times when it's open or suddenly landing on me when I'm doing something with no warning, right? Can't name them anymore. They'll die and you'll feel sad. Nail B, I may tell Bean the news. I hate to bring it up again, but he asked last time. Of course, dude. Whenever you want. You can promote yourself all you want. At the 7th floor. When is it, Toots? I cannot say more without the king's approval. Each creation... Oh, that's the thing. You could make them... Spores glow. Yeah, you could have little floating, like, little particles. I think that could be cool. Syncbug player as an AE... Or Syncbug as an AE player would... have like 50 pyromancers on the deck. There you go. That's what she said. I don't know if that's what she said was too, but I agree. Let me just do this really light. Wednesday. I'll probably throw out a ping on my Discord server. Maybe not a ping, but I'll at least post it on there when Toot goes live, because let's get him some views, you know. Whoa. We're playing around here for a second. Oh, I don't want it either. Of this. Okay. I don't know what that is. Lift. Some French words. Rude. A woman has definitely said something along those lines in history of humanity, so technically you're not wrong. There you go. Exactly. Okay, now I'm wondering what is on Wednesday. Oh, it's Toots stream. Runner, it's spelled I'm not even gonna it's the baby seal we are talking about. I don't know French, so here we are. I've been streaming on a different account Wednesdays and Saturdays. It's true. Nailbee has been inspired me to try. Heck yeah. Beats, my cat got used to eating very expensive food. Now it keeps asking me for food when it doesn't have the best, most expensive food in the bowl. What do I do? You honestly, at this point, you've done goofed. It's over. There's nothing you can do. Is it boy cat or girl cat? I don't remember. You said he. He will never forget. Song check, train robbery. I think so. Yep. If I miss it, I'll watch the VOD. There you go. Yeah, don't say it out loud. It sounds the same. There you go. Cat boy, boy cat. I feel like this looks nice, right? Just adding a little bit of darker color there. And then what we can kind of do, I think, is we can kind of find a color between this blue and this purple. We can kind of add some trees in the distance. Maybe honestly we can do like a little more fog that's kind of like a fog above here, make it a little bit darker, so like maybe this color. No, it's got to be. I'm lost. Where's the line art? This one. It would have to be above here. This isn't the color I wanted. Maybe like this, just the dark. I don't know. Maybe not. Rip your wall. Your kitty is only getting the best food from now on. He only wants to eat gourmet cold food. I already. Yeah, it was train robbery. I said. Grodd is here. Grodd is indeed here. Get on the wrong layer. Who would have thought? Oh, snap. We're hitting an ad. Okay, let's, we're taking a 3-minute break and then, yeah, an hour of ad-free time. Yay. BRB.
I've been making a cooperative trading card game, and this to a unit effect, which now requires 8 units on it for the effect to activate. And while all might seem fixed, there were still some major issues nagging at me. Bridge still only applied to structures to prevent weird interactions with Archer and other heroes, and while at the time it didn't have any weird interactions with structures, it didn't mean it wasn't possible. Not to mention, it would just be cool if it actually was able to interact with heroes as well. What it boiled down to was a problem with unit effects. Some of these applied to the overall game state, which worked great with Bridge. For example, the farm let you play another card, Mage's Tower let you draw an extra card, and Necromancer Altar let hero cards return to your hand upon their death. These all synergized fantastically with Bridge. The other category included effects that only applied to the specific card itself. Elvish Archer was the main one, along with Cleric, which could place more units on cards if it had a sufficient number of units. Unfortunately, these cards didn't interact well with Bridge. So I was faced with two options: design every single card around Bridge, or clearly define what unit effects are and introduce a new type of effect that fit what I needed. I decided to go with the latter, because obviously I didn't want to have to make sure every card worked with Bridge before creating it. So now, unit effects are designed specifically to influence the game state of the board rather than just affecting an individual card. Following that was the introduction of abilities to the game. Abilities are effects that become active on command, usually at a cost of some resource, such as units or cards. I want to add this mechanic to the game anyway, as some cards already had abilities, they just weren't clearly defined, like Mage's Tower. This change allowed me to adjust cards like Elvish Archer to have abilities to let it attack twice at a cost, eliminating concerns about weird Bridge interactions. At this point, I thought I was done, and for the longest time, it just worked. In fact, this video was done. I thought I fixed it. But unfortunately with this change, something was lost in the game. And that was that no card could have a unit effect that affected itself, which is pretty obvious with the change I made. But unfortunately, it was pretty limiting, and not all unit effects can be turned into abilities. For instance, I wanted Trading Post to have a new effect that allowed it to gain units passively while still keeping its base effect. But unfortunately, there wasn't many ways to do this that hadn't already been done before on other cards. Thankfully, with the help of one of my stream chatters, the solution was found. Just make any unit effect transferred by the Bridge apply to the ally's god. It's a card that all other players will always have, so we don't get any weird interactions of not knowing where units are placed, similar to the Butcher example I talked about earlier, and it allowed me to make effects like, if the Trading Post has 5 or more units, it gains an additional unit for each structure in play. Now, of course, this feels like I'm invalidating a lot of my previous work, but sometimes that's just game development. Not every idea is always good, or maybe it just doesn't work out. That said, I don't really regret any of the work I've done, because even though this was a lot of work to make a single card function properly, a lot of these things that were changed were symptoms of a larger problem in the game, which was a massive lack of clarity. Well, it was a long road to get there. I can finally say with certainty that Bridge is fixed. Probably. Maybe. Most, you know what, honestly, it's probably gonna break the game again. It's okay, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Did you really just build all of that for the joke? I can't believe you. Anyway, hopefully you found the development and history of the Bridge card interesting and learned something along the way. If you're making your own game or just want to support my work, you can check out my Patreon. I have a bunch of resources like game icons to help you design your own games. And now we even have a beta version of Armies Against Entropy where you can play with new cards before anyone else. If you don't need all that fancy stuff, another great way to support the channel is by joining the Discord community. There you can find various ways to play the game for free, and it's a great community to provide feedback or gain feedback, and please give me feedback about my game. Okay, hey man,
I returned.
I'm sorry for making that awful
Here's the punchline.
It's okay. Oh, good. Whew. So we're good? yeah, dude. It's totally fine. So like water under the bridge.
There it is. All right.
I'm turning my card base.
Now you get to see the transition again. Oh, no, Kenton, don't leave us. Oh well. She's gone. Yeah, how's everyone doing today? I feel like we've got more people in and I've forgotten to ask. I got kind of absorbed in this. I feel like we're getting close to done. The biggest thing I don't like is, well, actually, I keep forgetting to do this. Let's do some distant mushrooms here. I think the way to do this, just kind of draw some in like a so. Let's just see how this looks real quick, just as a giggle, for giggles. Yo, Bishop. What's up, dude? I saw you were streaming last night when I woke up this morning. I was like, oh, look, he's streaming. Oh, that's 9 hours ago. Okay, well, I was asleep. How you doing today, dude? So, like, water under the bridge. Yes, exactly. Are we thinking something like that, too? Like, where it's kind of, like, in the fog? I think that looks okay, right? Yeah, something to imply the depth of the forest. Yeah, I agree. Art review. A fig art review. I'm so ready. Oh, wait, is that? Oh, is the music that you? Okay, gotcha. Ooh, look at Tebow's game going on. Look at this guy. All right, I don't know if I'm supposed to show. Well, honestly, if it's in stream chat, you've basically given me permission to show it. I think I'm just gonna call it at this point. Looks cool though. Look at that. Look at that game. Look at this guy. But yeah, send it on over, Figuroony. I don't know why I said that. I'd love to see your art. I'm assuming it's more crochet stuff. I'm ready to see it. Oh yeah, I got my youngest from school just sitting here with the wife in the garage enjoying the beautiful rain. Nice. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Sounds like a good time. From now on, I will only be dressed as Figuroony. Also, it's digital for a change. Ooh. Trippy Shrooms, man. Yeah, we're this is a card for like a magical forest, because like it's part of the magic deck. So I was like, okay, well, we need to have like some sort of, you know, magical sort of forest. And of course you've got to have the mushrooms, right? Gotta have a mushroom forest. I'm almost thinking if we bump this up just a smidge. Maybe not. Maybe 50% is good. Should we try doing one more layer at 25%? Is it worth it? Or is it just too much? I think it works. Yeah, I think that works. They're in stream chat. Okay, I'm ready. Aw, that's so heckin' cute. Okay, hold on. Let's just do this. Copy image. Who's this friend? There we go. Look at this little friend. It's super cute. Fig, look at you go. Character for a Christmas book I'm working on. Heck yeah, dude. First of all, super clean line art. Looks heckin' good. Yeah. Is there a specific part you want me to review, or you want me to show off? What you looking for? Because honestly, I think maybe your hair shading, how I did the freckles. The slates. Let me think about this for a few seconds. I'm pondering. Shading is definitely my area of expertise, so I mean, I can definitely lean into that. At least I think it's my area of expertise. I think it's my strongest part of my art. Or like, you know, rendering, that kind of thing. Because the construction here is great. Like I think as like for like a cartoony character, I think you nailed it. I think the freckles are fine. I think my biggest thing is like this color here, this sort of the line art for the face color is throwing me off a little bit. Let me see what colors you're using here. I want to kind of see where their values kind of lie. It's more orange than I like, I think. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, first of all, it is the same. We talked about this the other day, but hue shifting. This is the same. You'll notice like right here, it's kind of hard to see. It's kind of small, but all the expression though very lively. Yeah, 100%. It's super cute. You did a really good job. Like pretty much all the line construction. I don't think I could do better. You know, I think you did a great job there. These are definitely just a few tips here, right? So these are the same value. So I would probably try to make. Wait, no, it's not the same value. Wait, is it? Why is this not working? Oh wait. Give me a second here. That seems wrong. Why is it doing that? Okay, I guess it is. Oh, wait. Yeah, the hue of this the hue is the same. So this is just a darker version of the same color, right? This is just darker this. What could help, especially because skin tone, like skin is typically like underneath it is blood, right? You caught me, hon. Sorry, I missed. I feel like I'm gonna miss a lot of this for a minute here. The color itself, we talked about hue shifting a little bit the other day. I'll talk about it real quick here, and then we'll kind of show that as a practical application, right? So when you're shading something, when you're making a darker color, a lot of the time, so like this is how I'd imagine you did it, right? You used this is your darker color. You don't really have a highlight, which I wouldn't say you need, right? It's a cartoony style. Why is this not working? How did I break it already? Because I put it on the wrong layer. Guys, where's these layer redeems? Anyway. So you have your color here. When you make a, so this is what you have, right? You have, this is your darker color. You don't really have a lighter color, so we don't really need to talk about that. But, you know, assuming you did a lighter color, you do something like this, right? Like that's not it. Like this maybe, right? Like that's kind of like the sort of tone we're working with here. So what I'd recommend instead of doing just the movement from just to a darker color, right? Because you could just move it down to a darker color. What I'd recommend instead is you also hue shift it down. This works especially well with skin tones, because skin tones are typically going to be more red or pink, right? Because of the blood with, like, if you shine a flashlight behind your ear or behind your fingers, right, you see the red color behind it, right? So so definitely shift it down a bit. I almost say you could probably shift it even farther into the red spectrum potentially. And then you get to have more of a dynamic color. And then if you do shift it to a lighter color as well, you can do the opposite, right? We move it up a little bit so it'd be more yellow instead of more orange. And then you have, you know, make it a little bit lighter as well. And then you have, you know, that as your skin tone. So you see the difference between those? Does that make sense? Big. Like how one feels a little more natural to show. Okay, so like, I mean, potentially we could do, I don't know if this is the exact color, you'll have to play around with it, right? But I think you could do something like that, right? That's a little peachy, probably. You can maybe go a little bit more orange, maybe a little bit darker. Also, like the relativity between these two, between the two colors is also gonna like come into play, right? It depends on how dark you want it. That's still not right. Probably what we want. We're playing around with it for a second because obviously I'm not entirely sure either. I want to go darker with it, like maybe that. Yeah. Right? That feels a little more natural. That's probably a little better. I should have put this on a separate layer. Let's keep this color. Let's do this. Let's select these. Oops. Let's select. Oh God, how do I even? What did I even just do? Okay. Like these. The freckles are probably fine as is, but you could probably also make them the same color, right? And let's leave it like this. Right. That feels a little more natural. And I honestly think the same advice goes for some of your shading here. Do you use different colors to shade, or are you using black and white to shade, like in the hair and stuff? I'll wait for that response. I'm gonna catch up real quick. Thanks so much, guys. I haven't ever finished a complete character before. Yeah, no, honestly, it's looking really, really good. She's super cute. Yeah, it's more orange thing. I love the expression of very, yeah, I already read that one. It's very lively. It's true. Do you guys think if an elf stopped smiling, Santa would give him the boot? Good God. You caught me. Where would he put the boot? That's the real question. Oh no. Show, that's cool to learn. Dang, you're right, it does look better. I go down chimneys for a living. Make me put the boot up here. I use the color darker version of the brown, the same with the collar starting to the green, then blurred it down. Okay, yeah, so I think for this, so you're basically doing the same process. But yeah, what I would do is, again, I would try to hue shift it rather than just doing a lighter or darker version of the color. Because the problem is it ends up looking muddier, like it looks more gray, right? So instead of this, right? Instead of doing like a lighter version of this color, which is, I'm assuming what this is, right? So you pick a dark color and then you go to get your like lighter color here, and then you also shift it up in hue, so make it more gold or like yellow, right? You push it up a bit. That may be too much, but let's just do it for dramatic purposes, and then we'll use a soft brush because it seems like what you use. Of course, this isn't going to look perfect because it's like coloring over your thing, right? Do this. See if we can make it look a little bit better. No, hold on. Trying to be a little more precise here. All right, so for the hair highlight, we can do more of a color there. And maybe that's like too strong, so you can make it maybe a little more subtle. But you see how that adds like a lot more depth. It's funny you can tear this apart and totally expose all my methods in a good way. Like you could totes teach in art lessons. Yeah, right? Isn't so that's it just adds like a lot more to it. Obviously it's a little bit brighter. You could still even go as subtle as you went with it still being, you know, more, I like it a little bit less subtle. But yeah, the problem is it does end up getting more gray when you just shift the color and rather doing like the hue shifting really helps. He's still live. Hello. Yeah, we're doing an art review for Fig. And again, same deal with your collar down here. When you hue shift it. So again, this is hue shifting down instead of up. So, although green is a lot of time, like yellow is one of the brightest colors. So hue shifting toward yellow to make it darker probably isn't your best bet. So maybe shifting it more toward green might, like toward blue might make sense. I don't know. It kind of depends on what you're going for. I think a bluer color will be nicer with her skin tone. So we'll go with like a bit, we'll shift the hue here. And then I think, well, this will be, and of course we gotta make it darker. Let's try more yellow. It might actually be better. Give us a chartreuse. Yeah, maybe that's better. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. So this is before and after, right? That's what you had before. That's after. Song check. Song is, this is, I know this one. Ride on a cyborg horse. I do like the cooler green, like bluer. Yeah, I mean, either way, right? But just giving it kind of a different hue can help. Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge change, right? Like, I think your art is perfectly good on its own, but this is just like a little bit better, right? So, I guess the only other thing I see is I think your line is bleeding out from under here, right? That's the only other thing I could potentially nitpick. But again, that's not really a big issue. Like you could easily cover that up or just leave it. No one will know. Especially when you're looking at a book like this, right? You're not, all right, zoom and enhance. Well, actually, there's 1 pixel that's off here. But yeah, I think you did a great job. The blush is really good, and honestly, like that's almost like how you can pick your color for this, right? It's like the blush is kind of like in the right zone. If you just do a dark blush, you know, that's almost your that's almost the same tone as the as what this is supposed to be, right? As this is supposed to be, it's almost like a dark blush color, right? It's kind of how I would think of it. Thanks, dude. Yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, no, honestly, the line work is, you know, super clean. You did a great job. Oops. Yeah, hopefully that was helpful. Yeah, good work. Heck yeah. Hopefully that was helpful. Yay, Fig. Indeed. And thank you for showing everyone your art. I think we all appreciate it. We all like art here. Playing card looking sweet. Yeah, thank you. Honestly, I'm like tempted to say it's done. I don't really know what else to add at this point. Magic mushrooms. Yeah, right. You could feather the background mushroom a bit. Yeah. Like these ones. I'm conflicted on that because that goes sort of against the style rules I've imposed on myself, but we can always break the rules if you really want to. What I think we could do instead is instead of feathering, we can kind of make the bottom a little more transparent and fade the edges. Is that something I would do? Which is kind of feathering. It's just a different way of doing it. I'm not like... I don't know. I think that's good enough, honestly. Maybe just a tiny, like one little pass of like dark. Darkness over like the bottoms of these, like some ambient occlusion kind of dealio sort of thing. Kind of ground them a little bit better. I think the fog would base the mushroom the fog. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that helps. I think this one too. These guys over here. Really like the ominous shroom shadows along the mountains. Yeah. Little like ones in the distance. Hello? Brush tool? Hello? Hey. That too much? Or do we like it extra glowy? Anyone else like infected mushroom? Way back in converting vegetarians. I don't know. Is that a band? Infected mushroom? No. Isn't there a band that's actually like that? Thought like as a name? No. I did forget one thing. And that is particle effects. As suggested. Sounds like a band. I know, right? Oh, huh. It's a musical duo, is it? Did I even finish my sentence? This is as suggested by Thunder to do little particle effects, little spores. So I like the glowing spores. Do you like spores release? Yeah. I was gonna say I literally didn't even read what you said, but I knew you mentioned it. They produce and perform trance electronica, dream, trance, and psychedelic music. I mean, that makes perfect sense, right? Seems like the music for shrooms. Yeah. Funky and weird. Here's the one other thought I had, and I don't know where I would add this now, but I was thinking of doing some magenta in here. And maybe we just do that as like some of the lighting on like the mushrooms, maybe, because we don't have a light color, but I feel like it would look cool. So let's just give it a smidge of a shot, right? We throw a little bit of little magenta action in here. I don't know. What do we think? We like magenta. Is it too much? Anyway, I feel like every time you make a new card, your drawing skills level up. Honestly, I kind of feel that a bit as well. If I'm being honest. Sam, look at this. Thank you. Do we like the magenta? How are we feeling about it? Or is it too, like, just one too many colors? I like it as a highlight. Love the magenta. Okay. Do we like it at the bottom? I don't know. Kind of have it at the bottom just to kind of add a little bit. Like to kind of tie it all together. Hey, what are you doing? Little kitten. That's even your real name. Okay. It was nice to check in on y'all. I'm gonna play a game with a friend now. Bye. See ya, Tebow. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you. So freaking good. Thank you. Okay, I think... Is there anything else we can think of? I did want to try... We do have... One of these is an extra glow color that I added in here somewhere. That's the main glow. This is the secondary glow. Oh, wait, no, that's the... Yeah, this is the ad layer, yeah? What if we're wild and crazy, first of all? What if this color is instead magenta? It looks terrible. Why would you ever suggest that? Oh, let's try one thing, though. It doesn't work. Okay. It was worth a shot. Anyway. You're crazy. I know, I'm so crazy. I think that's it. What do we think? Done? I think it's done. It's good enough. Beautiful. You should put an Easter egg in there. Like a literal Easter egg or a secret. It does look like you could put a literal Easter egg in there. You know when you say something's done and then you could keep working on it for like another half an hour? Something secret. Oh wait, we're on the wrong layer. There's the secret. This is too on a microscopic level. Incredible. I kind of want to hide it even better. It's gonna go like right there. No one will ever know. There's a secret. Just our little secret, Bob Ross. We'll cherish it always. I'm curious what it would look like if you print it, if you could actually see it. Anyway. You know what I want to do? Last little thing, even though I said this like 70 times now. Is there where's the background line art? I feel like this could be like a little more transparent. There we go. I believe then this needs to be a little dark. Okay. We would. There you go. There we go. I think it's done. Yeah, looks good. I like it. Let's save this out. Enchanted Grove. Let's Big, you validate me doing that because every time I do, you say it, and now I feel like I'm funny, you know? Now that you're done. What are what are we on? Push-ups again? I think. Yeah, we're on push-ups. Will Beats get so good that by the last card he feels like he has to redo the old cards? Honestly, I had to do it a little bit. There was a few things that I went back and redid, but it could happen. The problem with doing 10 push-ups is that I feel like I am going to get like over the course of a stream, I eventually will fail at them. Song check. We're at Sunset Riders. This is another good one. You're gonna make him cry. No, I'm good. Oh noes. Reaching failure is a good thing, Nailby. I guess that's true. That's also a good band name, Reaching Failure. I have a list of like fake band names in my phone whenever I think of one. Not that I'll ever start a band, but I think it's funny. How do you guys feel about the music? I've made it slightly louder on the account of Toot wanting it to be. How do y'all feel about it? Is it good, too loud, perfect, awful, terrible? The Glazers and their logo is like a metal donut. There you go. Oh, you call me out for being deaf? Yeah. It's just fine, I think. I like it. Okay. Isn't like overpowering or anything. It's not even like... Nope. Okay. Cool. It's not even like you're deaf to. It's just more, I just don't want it to like overpower me, right? I mean, it shouldn't be. It's like half my volume, but still. Enchanted Grove. Upload. Your triceps are overpowering? Thanks. You know what's even better than my triceps? My calf muscles. I know that sounds weird, but for some reason I have super defined calf muscles. Probably because I I've been like walking a lot, so like that's really the only thing I've been working out. Like I said, I have like weirdly naturally good muscle definition for no reason. Dun, 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 dun. I think the volume complements the voice better at this volume. Sure. Sounds good. How did I not recognize Outgun sooner? I know, right? It's a good one. Standing desk time. If I was going longer, I would do standing desk, but I think we're probably gonna be done soon. I need to do two things. One, I need to work on my my next video because I literally got no work. No standing desk time as is. It's time for me to dance. Okay. You know what? You're so right. I'm gonna join you in solidarity. See if Luna leaves. Here's the thing. If I do go longer, you guys have to watch me edit, and that's not going to be fun for any of you. Because it's just me watching the same thing over and over again. And then trying to decide graphics for it. I disagree. I like learning editing. Ugh. Guys, I would need to eat, and which means, yes, Gra is correct. We would have reaction content. We have to watch something while we eat. I used to hate listening to other people over electronics. I'm part deaf in an ear, so I don't hear things right. And I got something called bone conductivity headphones. I literally have a pair of those. They are fantastic. Obviously, I don't have any hearing issues, but they're just great they're just great. They're such cool headphones. Okay. I'll watch you edit. Yeah, just really like learning editing. I mean, it's probably going to be more motion graphics. I guess I could crowdsource you guys, because a lot of the time my biggest problem when I'm doing my editing is deciding what the footage should be, and then deciding if I want to do that much work. So we could do it, but I don't know, you know. Even better. Yeah, I mean, motion graphics are probably more cool to watch, but let's finish this dude, what's your song? Which one's the one you like? Score to Settle? Here, because we're in dance mode, we gotta do it, you know. I don't know exactly what this card is gonna do. We never really quite figured it out. I think it's gonna be something like when you play a spell or when you draw a spell, you gain X number, or like I guess when you play a spell, or when a spell is played, probably in general, gain like 3 units, maybe? I don't know if that's too low. If we probably just give it one natural regen, and then plus it gets like a boon every time you play a spell, I think that's pretty good. dancing. Damn, this is fire. Fireball. Okay, so it's gonna be triggered effect, and it will be when a spell is played, gain 3 units. I think that's literally it. And it's a triggered effect. Triggered effect. When a spell is played, gain 3 units. Unit should be UNT. And then I guess we'll give it 1 natural unit spawn. Even though, I mean, technically it's like for any other player, it's going to get you 9 units per game, which is nothing. But eventually it gives you tons of units if you're playing as the mage deck. So it's not horrible, just for other decks as well. So we need to do this. We need to do this. We need to do this. And we need to do this. Yeah, there it is. There's the final card. Yay. I'd say it's a pretty good card. I feel like it fits the Magic Academy well. Like they kind of vibe together, you know? Okay, let's do a few corrections on let's get the will you be publishing these arts? I've been posting them pretty much as I finish them on my Discord server or on the like in stream chat usually. But like part of the problem is with some of these is that like without the border, they don't necessarily look as good. They look okay. Like this one doesn't, right? You know, but I've definitely gotten better. But some of them don't quite work without the border. More so like some of the hero cards and stuff like that. Like this one, the clouds just end, you know. Graveyard looks awesome. Yeah, Graveyard's a good one too. That one, I think that was the first one I started like really. Well, I guess all the beta cards I kind of spent a good amount of time on, more amount of time, but yeah, I mean, all these I've been posting in my Discord server. I haven't been posting the full cards because they're in the Patreon. If you want to actually play with these, you basically either have to set up a playtest with me or join my Patreon. You don't need to publish all the cards. Yeah, I mean, for sure. But yeah, some of the card arts, I think. Yeah, I mean, some of them are like meh, you know, but some of them I like to finish off. Like there's a few of these that I was like, okay, let me like make sure to finish this stuff. I can always go back to it too and like make it a full piece behind the border, right? So anyway, that's done. Okay, there's 3 cards we need to work on. We're gonna do a little bit of game work, and then if you guys really want me to keep streaming, I will have to eat, and then I will have to work on my video. But I think this will conclude making the mage deck, which is pretty cool. Okay, so the things we need to fix are Magic Academy. We need to fix Wizard. And we need to fix God of Magic. This shouldn't take too long, although we're gonna hit an ad in a few minutes. Maybe I jumped the gun on standing desk because I feel like I'm gonna have to sit back down to eat. So here's what we'll do. We'll get to the ad. I will eat. We will watch something while I eat, because this is how this goes. Then we will finish this up, and then I'll edit for a little bit, and then I'll call it a day. I probably won't go. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long we go. I'm probably not going to try to not go for 6 hours, but we'll see. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and take the ad now. No, I'm just going to put you into the be right back screen. And then I'm going to go make myself some food. And then you know, and then after I make my food, I will sit here and eat it with you guys. As long as you guys actually want that. Otherwise, we'll just end. But basically our two options: either we work on this and then just end the stream, or I go make food and then we hang out for a bit and then I work on some editing. But sorry, I'm just checking something. Then I will enact the plan. Why do I feel like this is not real? Okay, I will food. We'll do that. You guys can get React content. Okay, be back in a bit. I go make your food, man. Yeah. Sorry, I was just checking a Discord message, and I don't think it's real. Someone's like, I've been watching your stream. It's improved my mood. And I'm like, that's sweet. I don't know if it's true. Anyway, be right back. Yeah, give me like 5 to 7 minutes.
I've been making a cooperative trading card game. I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game into a fully fledged deck builder. That's right, a role-playing game like Dungeons & Dragons, but with the deck-building mechanics of something like Slay the Spire. Not only that, but doing so solved a bunch of problems generally experienced in many tabletop RPGs. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my sci-fi role-playing game called Soul. Now you might be saying, Nathaniel, you're just making this game into a deck builder because it's popular right now. And to that, I say, you're right. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping that a popular game genre wouldn't help promote my game. But even though that is true, that's not really the reason I decided to make this change. It's actually because it solves a lot of problems in my game. But before I explain why I did it, let's explain what I actually did. To start, I'm going to use an action system similar to version 2 of my game called Concentration. Each point of concentration essentially counts as one action. The exception here is that more powerful cards may cost more than one concentration to use. This is going to be similar to Hearthstone's mana system or Slay the Spire's energy system. A player will start the game with 3 concentration and be allowed to spend it on various cards on their turn. After spending it, their concentration will regenerate when it becomes their turn again. As for the cards themselves, there are 3 different types of playable cards. Basic actions. These cards allow you to perform a simple action, mainly one of your equipped items, such as a weapon to attack an enemy. As a note here, there will be an inventory system where you have separate cards equipped, but that's for another video. Physical abilities. Generally, these are things that can be done within human means, or alien means, or whatever. Something like the Knight's Cleave ability, which makes a sweep attack hitting multiple enemies, or the Medic's First Aid ability, which allows them to heal a target even when it's not on their turn. And lastly, nano abilities. I won't kid myself, this is basically a magic system under the guise of technology. This allows a character to perform actions and go beyond what's normally possible, such as Medic being able to use mass healing, which allows them to heal allies in an area. This also helps to explain older abilities like the DJ Scale ability, which allows you to change the size of other characters' abilities. A player will choose an assortment of these cards from a class or multiple classes to build a deck. Once they have their deck, they can use these abilities in-game, especially during combat. Once combat begins, a player will draw 6 cards and be able to choose what actions to perform by playing these cards and using concentration to do so. Once the card is played, it goes into a discard pile and cannot be played again until their deck is empty. I'm still debating on whether a player's hand refreshes every turn, or if they can retain their cards and draw enough to fill their hand. Playtesting is probably in order to decide which one's best, but let me know what you think. Either way, that's the general premise of the deck building aspect, so let's explain why I actually made this choice. For those of you who play games like Dungeons & Dragons, will likely know this sort of situation. Your party gets into a fight with some enemies, and it gets to your fighter's turn. Your dungeon master asks a fighter what they would like to do, and they say attack one of their enemies with their legendary magic sword. They attack, and then the DM asks what they would like to do with their 3 additional actions. And they simply say they want to attack with their sword again, even though there might be more interesting options that the character might have. This continues until they're out of actions or the enemy is dead. Now, you may blame the fighter for playing the game in an uninteresting or boring way. However, well, they may have other actions at their disposal. Using their legendary sword is likely the most effective option for dealing with enemies. And while it may be true that it isn't the most interesting, you can't really blame them for using their best action they can. We had the exact same issue in Soul, and for that reason we came up with this design philosophy. The mechanics should never encourage a meta or perfect strategy. Players should never be able to repeat an action or a set of actions ad nauseum. And that's where the deck building mechanics come in. At the start of combat, a player will only have 6 cards, likely meaning they won't always be able to perform their best action and have to adapt to what's given to them. Even in the case of attacking with their weapon, they may only have so many basic actions, forcing them to use some sort of other action. Not only is this good for allowing players to have a diversity in actions, but it will also make combat encounters more interesting as a whole. Not only does a player have to overcome their abilities of their enemy, but also adapt to the abilities available to them. Now, this one arguably will have to be tested, but again, you've likely encountered a scenario in other games like D&D where a wizard-type character sits there for 3 minutes digging through their character sheet and trying to find what spell will work in this specific situation. With a limit on the cards, a player will only be able to choose the actions that are in front of them, which should limit their options and allow the game to run a little more smoothly. For our last example, how many times in an RPG have you used an ability on an enemy, or group of enemies, that causes a status effect, like a burn, or poison, or sleep, and have forgotten to apply it each turn, or forgotten which one of your enemies is affected by it? Or how many times has your character yourself been affected by a status effect, and forgotten the next time your turn rolls around? This problem is solved using cards. Look at a game like Slay the Spire. When you're affected by a status, it's shuffled into your deck, and then when you draw that card, it's applied to you. This is exactly how it works in Soul. Say you're lit on fire. A burn card will be added to your deck, and upon drawing it, you'll take that damage. This way, a player will never forget to apply this status effect when it's on their turn. There may be other ways that these changes help the game, but I just haven't discovered them yet, and I'm excited to see what they may be. Anyway, thanks for watching, and whoa. Hold on, Nathaniel, I hear you say.
I was like, just
didn't you say
in time for the end of the video, but I'm
you
pretty
didn't
sure
want a
that
game with
was
heavy mechanics? And isn't a deck
fake
builder
end of the
super
video.
mechanically
Anyway.
heavy? Not only that, but
I've returned with a meager meal. It's rice with peas and corn and some Parmesan cheese and butter. I actually need to add more salt, believe it or not. All right, now I'm back. Do you guys actually want React content, or should I actually watch something, or are we just hanging? It was like this guy forgetting the salt. I know, right? Because we could watch something, but give me content, okay. And I just watch one of my own videos. Just kidding. The new BTP video, although it's 20 minutes long. I never finished that. Honestly, I never finished the video we started last time, so I might just put that back on. An art review by Anonymous. Yo. I mean, that's some content. Gimme, gimme. I did see that right? Did. Adonis has been cooking up something crazy. I bet. I haven't checked out a stream yet. I'll wait, because it feels like it's going to be spoilers if I go check it out. But also the question is, when is Anonymous not cooking up something crazy? Sorry, I'm catching up on like 2 things also. I'm waiting, Don. I'm waiting. We can just watch something in the meantime. Here. We're going to have to figure out our audio anyway. All right, music off. We're literally going to open the video that we were watching last time because I didn't finish it. We probably won't finish it today because it's also half an hour and it's probably going to take me like 5 minutes to eat. Oh, this is like no context for you guys. Is that fine? Do we care? The only thing I cook is food. There you go. Whatever, we'll watch this. It's fine. I just want to know what your thought of art I was doing on stream. That's fine. I'm cool with that. Can we watch this?
So what I thought I'd do when the game releases, if you join
this
this
too
tier,
loud?
you get
Too
everything
quiet?
from the previous tiers, of course, and you will get early access to the game before it even releases. So when it releases to the public, you might get it a week early, which also goes for any future content I release to the game. So once I release,
I feel like I'm too disjointed from this. Let's watch something else. He's got good videos, but let's just do this for now. Nope, that's an ad. Not finished yet. Okay.
Build a website
Do you want me to go to your stream and look at your stream and look up the art, or are you wanting me to or do you want to post it and I can check it out, or do you want to finish it and then I check it out? That's the real question. All right. You can't do. I was just giving you the option. So weird here. YouTube ads not my language. I mean, it wasn't my language either. It was like in Spanish for some reason. I just feel weird doing React content. Let's just react to Anonymous's stream. How about that? There we go. Oh yeah. That's some cool shit. Now we're just wait, hold on. There we go. Now we can hear him. Donna, say hi. I'm putting you on blast. Yeah. Dominus is.
Yo, can
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yo, yo, what's up? Well, there was this one I'm doing, and then there's this one I finished today for a card.
There we go. That looks awesome, dude. Look at that. Sorry, we're just stream sniping you right now. Anonymous, entertain my chat for me.
Nah, that's what it's gone, man.
Stream boo. Stream boo's here, guys.
What's up, chat? Let's have some suggestions. Have some quick sketch suggestions.
Oh, there you go.
Oh man, stream boo. My number one, my number one subscriber, stream boo. What were you saying? What were you saying, Beats?
We don't really have no one's saying nothing. Guys, give Anonymous something to draw. He'll whip it out faster than you would ever imagine. Big says a frog.
Afraid.
Rogue. Grot says draw Luna. A common suggestion.
Let's go.
This is hilarious. Just stealing his stream.
See if I can finish it before Beats finishes food.
Hopefully you don't mind me stealing your stream. Just share just stealing your content for my own use.
Nah, bro, it's cool. I was just watching a stream anyway.
Just streaming a stream.
I did do a picture of Luna at one point, didn't I?
Think so.
I posted it.
I think you did. It's funny because there's like a few minute delay between what I say and what you say.
I don't know if I saved it though. No.
Because I'm about to submit an art view, so you'll have some more content. Perfect. I like this frog. Have you ever,
There you go, I didn't frog though.
you ever played Osa?
It's kind of like an Animal Crossing for a frog.
It does, yeah. It's good. Oh, old school RuneScape. No. I was like, what's OSRS? I have not, unfortunately. Yeah. How do you draw that fast with that? Yeah, I know. He's insanely speedy. But yeah, this new art looks cool. Like this warrior person here. What is tell us about this character.
Oh, this is basically like a character on like one of my characters on Elden Ring. that I made recently, and I just really liked. I don't know what do you call this? What do you call this thing? This like chainmail on the head, but
I feel like it's just a
it just
chainmail
looked
hood
cool.
or
I just like
cowl.
the style of it.
I was gonna say it looked like Elden Ring.
Yeah, a cowl or something. Yeah, so I just wanted to draw it. Yeah, I wanted to try and get that like chainmail effect, you know, because I've not really done that before.
All right, I'm done with food. I'll be back.
Some sort of sword as well.
All right, Anonymous, thank you for your contribution. Your art looks sick as always. I think you're doing good work there. I think we'll try to get back to get back to work, but that looks
Cheers, bro. Have a good one.
yeah, looks good, dude. Yeah, everyone should check out Anonymous. I think I've already shouted him out like 3 times today, but you should definitely check him out. Yeah, it's funny because you'll watch Anonymous' stream and you'll blink and then there'll be an entire artwork and then you'll blink again and he'll have erased it and you're like, no, wait, why did you? And then it'll just be gone and it'll be over and you'll cry a little bit. But here we are. But yeah, he's pretty damn good. Got some sick art. If you want to actually post your art when you're done with it, Anonymous, I can look it over, and I don't know if you actually want a review or just to show off, but I'm cool with either. Probably should put the music back on. I guess we're not watching anything because I ate quicker and Anonymous kind of carried us there. Although we need to just start this whole playlist over again because we're about to hit non-lazy laser music and we can't have that. I play it all the time, but I'd love to see you draw my character from it. I mean, that'd be cool. I was gonna say Anonymous would be better at that. Unless you want something cute. Although I can do creepy. Not creepy, but like, what's the word? Like darker, right? Like more like whatever, but you know, my style tends to be more fun. It's got an art review now. I can do cute, bro. I'm not creepy at all. No. I mean, creepy was the wrong word. It was more like darker. Like you do like dark fantasy sort of stuff, right? Whereas I'm like, I would say generally, yeah, creepy was the wrong word. Creepy, grim fantasy. Yeah, that's kind of where my brain was. It just for some reason was very unarticulate. So my brain didn't work. My brain died. I mean, I can honestly, I want to do some more like serious art pieces. Like obviously these are serious, but I kind of want to do like a full character piece soon. like do more of that kind of stuff. I just haven't really lately. We're doing any black metal album covers? I wouldn't be surprised. All right, Grot. We have a Grot thing. We do not. We're waiting on Grot. Okay. No rush. What's okay, we don't need, well, we'll leave this open for a minute. I need this over here. Magic Academy currently has, probably should be on the screen. Currently has, oh wait, I'm so sorry. We didn't have a detective. There we go. We need to show the Luna. Not what are we even doing here, you know? Hold on, now you take your time, dude. I'm just messing. Magic Academy, this is the current effect. I think we could give it 2 effects, right? So it's currently, if this structure has 8 or more units on it, you no longer have side effects when a spell is played, or when no longer has effects when played, whatever. Either way, you get the point. The other option, or other thing I wanted to potentially add to this is when an allied spell is played, you may take it into your discard pile. So like potentially you could get more spells if you have more allies. I think that's kind of cool. And that could be a base effect. This could be a, like maybe we reduce this to 5, maybe. Okay, the question is, do we like the idea of like when an ally plays a spell, you could potentially get it into your discard pile? That means you could use your god to draw it back out, which I guess is literally only good for God of Magic, but I think that might be okay. Pretty happy with how it turned out. So I did some art for cards in Snowbound Fortress. Oh, no, nice. Nice. Heck yeah. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Ooh la la. All right, let me just post it and put it in Photoshop here. Honestly, I'm gonna copy this so people have the context for it. So that's what the card looks like, but he also gave me the back on its own. It's massive. Hold on. I think looks pretty cool. That's pretty awesome for the theme. So for anyone that's not aware, the game Grot is working on is Snowbound Fortress. It is sorry, my brain just stopped working there for half a second. It is like a sort of like snow train sort of deal, like Snowpiercer kind of vibe. And yeah, I think that fits really well. Is there anything specifically you want me to review, or? No, but you give it a go. There you go. Is there anything you want me to specifically review on it? I mean, I think honestly it looks pretty dang good. Images are a bit blurry. I mean, it doesn't necessarily look blurry to me. It just looks, you know, there's not like a lot of hard lines, which I think is part of your art style, which I think is perfectly fine. It's not like that's not a critique. That's more of just a statement. which could maybe like lead to you not being like unsure where the box starts and ends, but I don't think that's necessarily an issue with the kind of text you have, right? The game was good. Yeah, it's definitely yeah, I think it's you know, obviously there's work to do, but I think it's it's a good game. It's got a lot of promise, right? Not that, of course, isn't to say that it's like, you know, bad currently. It's just like any game that's in the works has work to be done, you know. Nothing specific. Maybe the colors. Maybe the colors. Also, for some reason, the saturation is increased in dexterous. I don't know why. Yeah, I was noticing that. I was like, that's really, really saturated. That might be something you've accidentally done in... Like, you maybe accidentally did it in... Is it just that card or every card? It's on the right track. No pun intended. Yeah, there you go. Because in Dexterous, you can go, like, in a card. And you can bump up the contrast and saturation in this menu, right? So maybe you accidentally saturated it or something. I could see that being a thing. So maybe that's it. Otherwise, maybe you're working every card. So it's not like that when you export the card into like your browser, does it look that way? Not your browser, but you could be using the wrong color space as well. Like if you're in your art program, you might be using like RGB instead of CMYK or vice versa. So that might be something you want to check as well. But I don't know exactly how you'd fix that otherwise. Yeah, check what color space you're using when you make the cards. Usually you can switch back and forth pretty easily, but you might be using something like RGB. Which is better for printing. It's just in Dexterous. Weird. Then I don't know. Honestly, let's open browser. Looks all good. Weird. Honestly, if you can't figure it out, because that's I don't really know. I would just go to the Dexterous Discord server and ask them. Just go in here, be like, "Yo, this isn't working." They've got like a bug report thing. You could ask them about that, and I'm sure they would be very happy to help you. Or just search in here and look up like contrast, and maybe there's like an error that they already know of, or you know, someone would have a similar issue. So that's what I'd say about that, because I honestly, outside of the like the slight like the God, I'm getting confused now. Outside of like the saturation, like the stuff in the effects menu, I would double check these and make sure these are all set to 0 or 1, depending on which one it is. Otherwise, you know, I have no idea. Yeah, I'd like, for some reason I'd expect it to be a color space thing, but it could be their new like card optimization thing, which I'm not entirely sure how that works, but that'd be my best guess is a color space issue, whether you're using RGB or CMYK, but that is my thing. I don't know what their card optimization thing does. So you might want to check that out. Otherwise, if we're just talking about this color-wise, I mean, I think it's fine. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like when it's not super contrasty, because right now the text stands out pretty dang well. But, you know, if you have text over this, That not work? Or is it just tiny? What's below? I mean, I think it'll be fine. The only thing you're gonna run into, the only thing I would worry about running into is like if you get enough text where it starts running into the white parts of the card. It was at 1.6 contrast and texture for some reason. It's fixed now. There you go. Cool. Sorry. The only thing I would worry about is if it starts drifting up into the white parts, then it would be kind of get hard to read, right? So you just want to make sure that it fits properly within this area. That would be my like biggest critique on the colors. I have the same sort of issue in my stuff too, though, so that's not really like, you know. You can always potentially give your cards like your text like an outline or a drop shadow as well if you really, you know, want to prevent that. Otherwise, honestly, I think it looks good. It's kind of got that rustic feel. It's a good contrast between the like the rusty orange and the, you know, sort of steel color. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of really depends on what you want to go with your style, right? If you wanted to do more shading, you probably could. But again, I don't really think it's necessary. Like if you really wanted to, you could do some shading to give it some depth, you know? Like make these guys stand out. But kind of extra, you know? You also don't necessarily want this to be like too much, you know? Like it's supposed to kind of be a background thing anyway. So like, what is going on? I mean, you could add more lighting, right? If you really wanted to, but I think the kind of dreary sort of look kind of works. It also helps also try to play around with line art a bit. Yeah, I guess the biggest concern I would have as far as like card format is just the text being within a box, right? Because when you have an odd shaped box, and again, this is something I've had issues with my stuff, is just like when you don't have like an actual box, right? Like it's an odd shaped box, right? You have to fit in reality a real box within this box, right? So this really gives you this much space, right? So anywhere it's not an actual square, you have to consider that is that there has to be a real square inside of here. You know, does that make sense? So because that's kind of like one of the issues I have with a lot of my stuff is this, like, okay, this has to actually be a real square inside of here because the text isn't gonna this isn't gonna have a bounding box, especially in Dexterous. Maybe you could make it work, and you know, if you really like design each card specifically, but you know, the box has to fit in the box. I don't know if you necessarily need line art. A lot of time when you make a background card like this, right, it's supposed to blend into the background. Of course, I drew this on the wrong layer, but Like, this is supposed to blend in, right? I mean, you could even, like, honestly, you could potentially even, like, desaturate it more. Just so your other stuff stands out. Oops. The wrong effect on. I don't think so. I was trying to decide if I agreed with my own statement, and I don't think I do. Yeah, no, I think it's good, dude. The color choice is good. Again, you could add some lighting just to make it, give it some depth, but as a card back, I don't think you want too much. You don't want too much, you know, distracting you from what the card actually is. So I think you did good. I think it looks good. If you want any other advice, I can throw some out there, but I think you did a good job. Hopefully that was helpful. I don't know if I gave you a ton to work with there, but yeah, I think the biggest thing is just like making sure you know that your text can fit in this box without A, going too high and getting into the white part, or B, just kind of like, you know, coming off of the side of this sort of box here, because it's not a perfectly square box, which again looks cool, but you just have to know that a square has to actually fit inside this box, you know, or a rectangle rather. So, yeah, hopefully that's helpful. I feel bad when some of my advice is not as helpful as my other advice, you know? Okay, this looks much better. On. This is your, did not let me copy it. Copy item. There we go. Yeah, it looks much better. I like the morphine needle and all that. That's cool. Yeah, looks good, dude. I would say like the gear item you probably want in some sort of box. I don't know if it's done yet, right? But I would put this in with a solid background and not like the gears behind it, you know? Just to give it a spot. Although, of course, that might be bigger or smaller, but you probably want to have a space for it, right? Yeah, that helps. Yeah, the contrast, yeah. This still looks good without all the contrast on there, but yeah, anyway. Cool. Good work. Okay, what were we doing? We were Anonymous, you still here? I'm just thinking about the mage deck, and you were the one to play it, so I was curious as your thoughts if you're still hanging around. Wizard. Let's see. We do need. Oh crap! The stream's been going for 5 hours. Yeah, that's what happens when we eat on stream and people convince me to stay. Yo, I'm here. Yo, Anonymous. What's your thought on the Mages Academy as far as the power goes? Because it seemed way too cost prohibitive to even use. Does everyone here use Photoshop / Illustrator, or does anyone use Procreate? I think most people here probably use Krita or Clip Studio or something. I think that's what Anonymous uses, right? Yeah, it was too costly. Do you think this should either be... There's two options. One, put this as a... just as a base effect where it just automatically you have it, or just lower the cost. Because I'm kind of thinking of putting an additional ability on here. And my current thought is when an allied spell is played, you may place it into your discard pile. I think that's kind of cool because It'd be nice to have an effect that to gain units when you cast a spell, but you did that on Mushroom. Yeah. I was thinking this, so you can get more spells into your discard pile. I think add an effect and lower the cost, honestly. Yeah, I'm tempted to... I'm almost tempted to have it swapped, though. But I'm not entirely certain. Or have a spell surge effect. Yeah, them... It could be that. I do like the idea of taking your allied spells and putting them in your discard pile, because that's sort of like a teamwork sort of thing, like more cooperation there. Where it's like if you're the god of magic and they play a spell, you can take one of their spells and use them because they're going to be more beneficial for you, especially if you have Magic Academy. But like 5 units can search a spell, 8 units spell effect doesn't trigger. Unfortunately, you can't have... Again, the way the game is designed currently, you can't have an ability and a unit effect at the same time. I think 8 is too costly anyway, though. I would almost say it should just be the base effect of the card. Because this is one whole card that works with only 4 cards, right? Obviously, it's going to be better than that, but it's also kind of worthless with Magic Missile, which is one of the main ones in the deck. Huh. I'm just thinking some of this through. Yeah, so I think my thoughts on like when an allied spell is played, you may place it into your discard pile. I like the idea of it, but it's also not good for any other player. It's good cooperatively, but it's specifically built around God of Magic, which I think is maybe okay, but I do like the spell search effect idea, though, too. But I'm wondering if that's too powerful on its own, right? If it's spell search and like you can... No, I kind of like that there isn't a spell search just with how the God of Magic works, because it kind of feels like it invalidates the God of Magic if you have a spell search. It kind of defeats the whole... I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try reducing... Your spells no longer have side effects when played. We're gonna reduce that to 5. For now. I don't know if this is the right move, but we may as well just try something, right? And then see how it goes. When an allied spell is played, you may take it into your discard pile. I think that works as a passive. Okay. Give it a unit generation effect. It could. But we did just give Enchanted Grove, right? I feel like... It seems so weak for such a cool card. You think gaining additional spells is weak, or is that just gonna clog your deck? What's your thought on that? And also, I don't think I can necessarily justify making cards stronger just because the art is cool. I agree with you, but I also I'm wondering if that's exactly how it should be, because my art keeps getting better and I don't want to have power creep just because my art's getting better. Because honestly, I almost think the weakness of the because that I think seems cool now, and also spells not having effects can be really strong. You know, +1 units when a spell is used or similar to Mushroom, just a little worse with an additional effect. I can't give it an additional effect on top of these two. I mean, it depends on if I want to even have this effect in here. And I think this one's kind of cool because it can grant you more spells. But I don't know if more spells necessarily means better. You know, more spells might actually just make it worse. I don't know. I'm kind of unsure about that. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I mean... I think that's kind of a fun concept. I don't know. Because I don't mind if unit generation is kind of the God of Magic's weakness, but I guess at the same time, like, you could deck build so it isn't, so it's kind of also maybe weird. But once you have a Grove up and you're slinging tons of spells, I don't think it's really a problem. I'm gonna do that. We'll see how it feels, and then if it still feels like they're like really strapped for units, then we'll go back and take a look at it. Because honestly, one of the things we could do is, if you're really worried about units, you could easily put like send reinforcements into the deck, or not send reinforcements, raise an army. Just use 5 units for playing a spell. Plus they have Mage's Tower in their deck, so they can easily get spells that way too. I'm not super worried about it. I'm gonna leave it as is, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how we feel about it. Let's look at Wizard. I think I'm just gonna remove Wizard. Where's Wizard? A Weezard. Wizard has... Their effect is currently draw a card when this hero defeats an Olgog card of 5 power level or more. I'm going to say when this hero defeats a monster, wasteland, wait, spelled the wrong wasteland or ruins. I think that's the new concept. because then it's a little less like you can't kill minions and get card draw, but you can get some cool effects. This is kind of what I was talking about. I don't know if Tuna's still here, but this is kind of like one of the combos I think would be cool, right? So you have the wizard who kills something and it draws a card, which causes your pyromancer to make an attack, right? I think that's kind of a cool combo. Pyromancer might need some sort of unit gain, but we'll see. Again, I think I kind of want to leave it as is and then go from there. Why is that the wrong formatting? There we go. Draw a card when this hero defeats a monster, wasteland, or ruins. And then lastly, I think we're going to change the God of Magic to a unit effect. Have you done any like unit tribute summons? I don't know what that means. Please explain. This god has, I don't know, 5 or more units placed on it. You place a spell from your discard pile into your hand. This is still wrong. This is worded wrong. Oh wait, can this be a unit effect? This might be weird. I was thinking for Pyromancer, she could start off with units, but you have to sacrifice some from somewhere else, or sacrifice a land or something to summon her. We don't really have that necessarily. We don't really have any cost. I mean, technically that could be a thing. We could just use a side effect as a way of summoning a card, but I don't have that yet. I could see it though. It's got us 5 more units on it. Place a man, I almost want this to be an ability. Honestly, I think it's just when a spell is played. Oh wait, but you can never drag these out if you played a spell without 5 units on your god, which is maybe okay. No, it's not. But flexing, I can't stop. Just a way to give limitations to one or powerful or whatever. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll have to consider it. I'm not entirely sure how she is yet, so we'll have to see. This guy has 5 more units on it. This might actually have to be an ability. Like, either it's like limiting the number of spells you can draw once per turn. Honestly, I think it needs to stay an ability. It just probably needs to be... He has to spend 1 unit to do it. It goes back to 4. Well, the problem is, it's not. I'm trying to think how to word it. Because I kind of like the fact that you can just kind of pull a spell whenever you want. I could change it to just 1 unit. So just like it has like a slight limit. I could give it no cost, so you could just do it whenever you want. I don't know if there's really a downside to that. Honestly, I think I need to leave it an ability. So there's I think the 2 ways I can do it is either you remove 4 units and we leave the cost as is, but add it so you can take those 4 units from any card, or we just reduce it to like 1 unit instead of 4. But I think as a unit effect, it doesn't quite work. Because I don't know how you word it without accidentally limiting the ability to do that. So I think, what do I like better? We could add some like cooperative sort of nature to it. We could do it like remove 4 units from any player card. So your ally can help you pull spells, potentially. But I don't know. I think it might just make sense from... You know, let's just make it stronger. And it'll require a little bit of placing units on your god, which I think is good. Let's just reduce it to... Let's just reduce it to 1. Honestly, just a base effect for shuffling spell back into your deck once per turn is fine. That's what I was wondering, but I also thought it could be cool to pull more into your deck, and that way when you get like, if you have like a library and a few wizards and you're like killing stuff on the field, you can still pull stuff back into your deck, which I think is cooler. So I'm gonna just make it cost 1 unit instead of 4. I can make it free, but I think I'm just doing 1 unit just for the giggles of it. I don't know. I don't know if that's the right move, but we're going to test it and see how it goes. We're hitting an ad again. Well, we're in an ad. Okay. I will be back in 3 minutes, I suppose. How do I do that?
I've been making a cooperative trade. I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game. Hey, I'm Beats. Physics is a tricky theme to adapt to a board game. However, to tackle it, I decided to make gravity one of the main sources of movement. At first, I thought of a Tetris-style approach where everything moves downward, but I thought that was kind of dull, so I brainstormed a bit and came up with a space concept. I could use planets and other celestial bodies to manipulate gravity in different directions. That led me to my first major card type, celestial bodies, consisting of planets, moons, asteroids, stars, and black holes. Each one has its own mass, which determines how hard it pulls things, and a directional arrow that tells you which way it pulls. They also have an energy value, which players can use to convert into power. I chose a square format so that they could be used as tiles on the board, and then digitally painted a celestial body for each of them. Up next are player cards, which I called ship components. Not sure it's really fitting anymore, but that's what I called them. They come in 4 flavors. Effectors, which did things like reduce mass or change the direction of gravity. Creators, which spawn additional celestial bodies onto the map. Propulsion systems, which give you extra movement options. And power systems, which grant you power that you can spend on more movement, or the other card types provided you have enough. To match the sci-fi look, I decided to give these cards a hologram HUD sort of design. I'll admit I borrowed some elements from one of my other projects. Despite that, I highly recommend self-plagiarism. It may seem like cheating, but it's no different than downloading assets, and this way you can have a unique visual identity across all your games. And with that, this is Stellar Shift. At the start, players place their ships and a few celestial bodies on the map. After that is player phase, where players use ship components to move across the board and manipulate celestial bodies. And then comes the shift phase. During shift phase, each celestial body activates, one at a time from left to right, top to bottom, pulling ships based on its mass and direction. If you get pulled into a celestial body, you lose the game. After that comes the next phase, where each player will place a new celestial body somewhere on the board. The cycle then repeats until there's just one pilot left standing. Or flying, I guess. Overall, I think it turned out all right. The games are usually extremely quick, lasting 2 to 3 rounds, which is maybe a little bit too fast, but kind of a refreshing pace compared to my other games, which can last hours. And this game would also be best to be played with a chess clock or something like that to keep it from getting too tedious. If you enjoyed my part of this video, check out my YouTube channel, where I talk board games, card games, tabletop RPGs, and game design as a whole. The 20-sided die, or D20, has been the staple of the role-playing game genre for almost as long as it's existed. Despite that, I decided I'm going to retire it from my game, in favor of using a D4, D6, D8, D10, and D12. Why is that? Well, in this devlog, I'm going to be talking in depth on this decision, and you can tell me whether I'm a crazy person or not. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my sci-fi deck builder role-playing game called Soul. Now, in order to talk about these changes, first I have to talk about the changes that were made to my core stat system. And the truth is, it's a pretty big change. Originally, the core stats in my game were strength, agility, endurance, and intelligence. These were fine, but I decided I wanted some more diversity in these stats. Because of that, they are now going to be strength, finesse, agility, willpower, intelligence, and charisma. There is also another factor for these changes. This reason being, the previous versions of the game, dice rolls were completely unaffected by a character's stat level, with few exceptions. But what do I mean by that? Well, for the uninitiated, a player at a role-playing game, when they want to perform an action, will typically roll a dice. After rolling that dice, they will add a relevant modifier to that roll. These are typically listed on a character's character sheet and relating to a player's core stats. Then, this number would be compared to a specified number to judge the results. If the player beats the specified number, they succeed, and if it's lower, then they fail. Soul didn't have this, meaning if a character wanted to do something, their stats would typically have no direct bearing on the results. This was unfortunate because it hindered any character diversity. No character was better or worse at performing actions than another. This was partly by design with our trait system, which I go into in a previous video, which you can check out here if you're curious. In brief summary, these were cards that gave bonuses based on your stat level. The higher your stats, the better bonuses you had access to. Well, some traits gave you bonuses that you could add to your roll, like success rates for performing a ranged attack. These bonuses generally were very...
You guys have been getting double music audio this entire time. which in theory just makes it louder, but I'm sure Toots is happy about. You need one that can shuffle from your discard and another to search for spells or something. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think for now we're just gonna try to play with what we've got, because I mean technically I could swap some cards out now, but in theory this is like the last card that needs to be in here. I hear people yelling. All right, that's a wizard. No, we didn't want to change this. Still an ability. No, wait, no, stop. This should still be an ability. And what was the other one? Did we do all of them? Wizard, God of Magic. Oh, the other one was a beta card. Okay, we're good. Of course, this is gonna take forever to refresh now. Okay. I think that's it. Hang tight. Refreshing CSV. Okay. Does that work? Probably not. Hey, how it takes so long to do that sometimes. Okay. Well, after this is refreshed and we can kind of take a look at the deck. We could replace farm, I think, potentially, because I don't know if it's really as good in this deck as one might think, but that really not work for me. Okay. 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 Yeah. No, I think. Sorry, I'm just jumping around here and it's not working. But yeah, I think you might be right, Anonymous. I just my biggest worry is like having a direct ability or direct spell pull might be too powerful. This sort of roundabout way that the God of Magic kind of gets it is kind of cool, but I think there might be another way to do it that still works. I think for now we should try to test this and then potentially add that in later. Oh, dang it, why does it not work? Maybe if I do this. Doesn't like me. It's gonna keep refreshing the CSV too many times and break the thing and break it. I guess I could just literally fix it right here. I could just go like this. Wait, what? Oh, right. I could just do this and just, you know. There we go. Fixed it. Let's do this real quick. And I want to see the deck in its entirety, and then you guys really want me to do editing on stream? I feel like we're kind of winding down at this point. I feel like we've lost our momentum. But maybe that's me. I don't know. I have the distinct feeling we've lost all momentum. I do think our drawing streams do better for viewership, which is not necessarily the most unsurprising, you know? Because I think art is much more accessible. Like anyone can jump in and understand what's going on. Whereas this game, you have to, like, talking game mechanics, I think people have to know what the game is before they can really comment on it, right? And even then, like, they don't know exactly what I'm talking about at all times if they jump in the middle of the conversation. You know? So. And maybe that's on me for not explaining the context a little bit better, but at the same time, like, someone could just jump in at literally any time. So. Here's a cat for your troubles. And then I think, unless we really want to watch me editing, I'll probably be done. I'll probably go grocery shopping and buy myself some more food and then get back to editing afterward. Because we're approaching my limit on like how long I can stream. I can stream for 6 hours, but it's not good for my head, you know? Okay, in theory, this is fixed. Let's see if that theory is correct. It is. The same size. Oh, of course it shifted everything by one though. Because that's not right, and that's not, well, that's there. What is it? Spell shield. I kind of wonder if cognitive enhancement breaks this deck, though. That's the deck, though. It looks pretty right. I mean, farm doesn't fully fit in the theme of it, but it is a good one. And the monk is kind of like a little bit meh on the theme, too, but I don't know. It works. He's kind of magical looking, huh? Yeah, I think this is the deck. Candy Grove looks cool. Yeah, I mean, we could replace farm to be something else. I could see that being swapped out. But we'll have to work on seeing what we can do. But yeah, I think cognitive enhancement could just, I mean, it could be a really good card in there. I don't know if it breaks it necessarily, but I don't know if it's good for it either. Because, like, you could play cognitive enhancement, discard literally every single card you have, and then just start pulling cards with your god. In theory, right? That's kind of why I'm a little worried about, like, directly searching for a spell. Because you can directly search for cognitive enhancement, throw away every card you have, and then play this. I don't know. Some stuff could get kind of weird. Some stuff could get kind of funky. And I'm unsure how to feel about that. But I would love to do like a deck building contest sometime soon. I think that would be kind of cool. Where it's like, how can you make the most busted build? And then maybe I'll draw you a piece of art or something like that as a reward. I'd say the deck looks pretty cool. Yeah, this is the only card that I'm like thinking maybe could be replaced. And that would maybe do some sort of search spell, something or other. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's a Magic deck. It's done. We have one more official deck to the pile. Although I think these are probably busted now, right? Like this isn't gonna look right. I think it shifts all the beta cards over. Oh, this one doesn't even use beta cards. We could maybe like make some of these decks a little more attuned to what they should be. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, y'all. I think I'm probably just gonna be done. As much as I would like to. Oh, we had peak 9 viewers on YouTube for literally no reason. Sometimes it just blows up on YouTube and then it's just like. And then nothing. I just don't understand that. I won't be upset if you stop. Yeah, honestly, I think but before you go, okay, you're gonna make me do push-ups. Did I do your last one? Did I forget to do it? Some part of me feels like I did, but I don't know if it's true. We did it. Okay, cool. Setup time. All right. No cat, only beats. But yeah, I think it's just gonna be better for me to edit off stream. Maybe we could do an editing stream next time, but I'm just not sure how I feel about it. I feel like just listening to the audio of it's gonna kind of suck, but I don't know. You guys can tell me. I don't know. Ugh. Not on screen. I mean, like, the thing is, like, I don't have to have the audio be repetitive necessarily. Like, I can turn off the audio, but then I feel like you don't know what I'm doing, right? I don't know. I just feel like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like audio itself, like, I feel like if I've started like a motion graphics thing, like a project rather than just having, just like being in Premiere and editing, right? Like that's a little different because that's kind of like art, right? Where it's like, okay, I get to see what you're creating. Like if I'm working on like some of the stuff I was showing earlier, right? The, what's it called? like if I'm doing something like this, like I was showing earlier, right? If I'm working on something like this, I could see that maybe being interesting. But I do have to like do audio here. Like when I talk, most heroes have the ability to attack, right? I say that, and that's when that graphic pops up, right? So it's like, I don't know. There's the audio is still somewhat of a requirement, but I know some people who do editing streams, but usually like I think they're popular because they edit for people who are popular. You know, they're like, oh yeah, I'm editing for, you know, whoever, and then that's why people like it. So I don't know. I'm conflicted on it, but I appreciate that you love me, you know? But who knows if other people would love me if I randomly am editing, you know? I think my brain's kind of too fried to like even do editing right now. So I think probably what the plan is I'm gonna go grocery shopping because it's something I need to do, and it will also help clear my head. And then after that, I will do something. I'll probably edit after that. So we're also, you know, it's almost 3, so at that point it might even be quitting time, but we'll see. Anyway, I think we're gonna find someone to raid. I guess we'll just keep staring at these cards while I do. Unless you want to stare at my face. Dealer's choice. Anyone we want to raid? Anyone? Let's see. Plenty of art people. A lot of people on today. Is that you wanting to see my face? Because you're toot. +1 vote for face. DDP coming out lurking just to ask for my face. We're here for it. DDP's a real one. What are we feeling? Are we feeling game dev people, or are we feeling art people? That's my interpretation of the Velociraptor face. What is that emote even called? Does it say on here? Oh, it's just PogChamp. Why does a PogChamp look like a... I thought PogChamp was different. Either or. There you go. Either or. Who do I want to watch? They replaced the PogChamp because the original guy said something about raiding the White House. Ah, classic. Okay. That makes sense. What a classic thing to happen. Classic me being indecisive. We're just gonna raid this guy because I like him. They know politics. Yeah. Right. Let's trade this guy because he's cool. We've raided him before, but Carson Druitt, he's cool. We're gonna give him a raid. He's got a lot more viewers than me, but he's so we're not raiding a little guy this time, but he's cool. So we're fans of him. Anyway, y'all, goodbye, friends. I will see you all on Wednesday. We will, I don't know what we're going to be doing. Maybe editing if I feel like I'm behind. Otherwise, you know, maybe doing some, we've got plenty of other decks to work on. Maybe the God of War deck or something like that. So anyway, have a good rest of your day as well. Thank you, DDP. Thank you, Toot. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Yeah, so many of you showed up today. So thank you all for being here. Can't thank you all, but yeah, I could if I really wanted to. But maybe I'll finally use my Bitcoin. Ooh, be excited to see what you asked for. Anyway, I'll catch y'all later. See you Wednesday. Bye.